Good morning. We are now going on the record at 8:51 a.m. on July 8th, 2021. Please note the microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering and private conversations. Please mute your microphone whenever possible. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the video recorded deposition of Stephanie Benton, taken by counsel for plaintiff. Taken by counsel on behalf of the New York State Attorney General's office in the matter of independent investigation under New York State Executive Law, Section 63, in paren 8. This deposition is being held remotely. My name is Robert Rudis from the firm Veritex Legal Solutions, and I'm the videographer. Our court reporter, Dawn Matera, is also from the firm Veritex Legal Solutions, New York. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. Counsel and everyone attending will please now state their appearances and affiliations for the record. If there are any objections to proceeding, please state them at the time of your appearance, beginning with the noticing attorney.
June Kim from the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, but appearing today in my capacity as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General.
Andrew Weaver, also of Cleary Gottlieb, appearing today as a special assistant to the first Deputy Attorney General of the state of New York.
Similarly, Charlotte Chun from the law firm Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton.
Morning, I'm Greg Morvillo. I represent Stephanie Benton. I'm with the firm Morvillo PLLC.
Good morning, Diane Ferrone, also here on behalf of Ms. Benton. I'm from the law offices of Diane Ferrone, PLLC. Thank you.
Will the court reporter please swear in the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. All set.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Benton.
Good morning, Mr. Kim.
Thank you for joining us. As you know, our law firm, Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, and the law firm of Vladeck, Raspin and Clark have been appointed by the New York State Attorney General's office to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63(8), into allegations of sexual harassment brought against the governor and the surrounding circumstances. And it's in that connection that we subpoenaed you for documents and are taking your testimony today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And as you know, we are currently video recording this testimony. And also you were just placed under oath, and that means that you have to testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court before a judge and a jury, and your testimony is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And although this is a civil investigation, the New York State Attorney General's office does have criminal enforcement powers as well. And you have the right to refuse to answer any questions if answering the question might incriminate you. And that's a right you have under the Fifth Amendment of our Constitution. You understand that?
Yes.
But although under the Fifth Amendment, any assertion of that right cannot be used against you in a criminal proceeding, it can be used against you in a non-criminal civil proceeding. That it can be held against you for refusing to answer that in a question on that basis in a civil proceeding. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You are appearing today with your attorney present, your attorneys present, and you may consult with them on issues of privilege, attorney-client or the privileges. And so if you believe you need to consult with them on that issue, tell us and we can take a break and you can do that. The only request would be that if there's a question pending, you should try to answer that question first before consulting, unless the answer requires you to consult with your lawyers on issues of privilege. Understand that?
Yes.
And if at any point you want to take a break, just tell us and we will either break right at that moment with the question, or if there's a convenient time with a few more questions to break, we can break. And we'll also take a short lunch break for everyone involved to grab some food. Okay.
Okay.
Couple of other logistical things. If you would like to make a brief sworn statement at the end of the testimony, we'll give you that opportunity at the end to do that. So you can keep that in mind as well. And because this questioning is being done with a court reporter and remotely, I just want to remind you that it'll be important for you to wait for me to finish my question before you answer the question, because that's the only way the court reporter will get it, and I'll try to do the same. Okay.
Okay.
And also, you should answer all the questions verbally with a yes or no and an explanation, instead of just nodding or shaking your head or saying because those things are not captured on the transcript.
Okay.
Okay. And if you don't understand the question that I asked, tell me and I'll try to rephrase it. And otherwise, I'll assume you understood the question. Also, I'll be asking you questions that might call for specific names, dates, times, events. If you remember the specific time, date, event, you have to testify about it. If you don't remember the specifics, you need to testify about what you do remember, even if it's general, and even if you don't remember the specifics, just make clear that what you're recalling is not the specifics, but you have a general recollection of certain things, even if you don't remember the particular date or even the particular person or the particular words used in a conversation. If you remember the general nature of those things, that you need to answer those questions. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you confirm and your counsel confirm that you're not recording this session yourselves?
I am not recording it.
We are not recording.
And also, if you could confirm that you're not allowing others to listen in on this testimony.
No one's here.
There is no one here listening.
Okay. And
Probably
also,
the NSA, but other than them.
yeah. And also that in breaks or otherwise, that you will not be communicating with others other than your own counsel here on the substance of the testimony.
Yes.
And on that note, I also remind you, and we'll remind you at the end, that Executive Law Section 63(8) prohibits the disclosure of information obtained from our investigation. And so even after the testimony today, 66 and 63(8) would prohibit you and your counsel from disclosing information that you learned from the questions we ask or the documents we show you.
Yes.
Just to be clear, I understand that that's your interpretation of the law. That's not my interpretation of the law. I want it on the record. We can debate it some other time. I don't want to take up your time now. I don't interpret it that way. I'm not aware of any interpretation of it that way. And so I just want it on the record that even though you are interpreting it that way, I don't see it that way. And like I said, we can have that conversation some other time if we need to, but I wanted that on the record.
Yeah, no, we can have that conversation, and that I think it's important for us to put you on notice of what our position is. Obviously, I think to be complete, conversations that counsel may need to have in their good faith view with the executive chamber counsel on questions of privilege, that I think is understandable, and but other communication of substance about our investigation and the substance of it for reasons unrelated to that, it is our view that 63.8 would prohibit both the witness and counsel from doing that. But, you know,
I
you can
understand.
disagree. Obviously, you can disagree at your own risk.
I appreciate you clarifying it. I understand what your position is.
Are you taking any medication or drugs or anything else that might affect your ability to answer questions truthfully today?
No.
Can you state your name, your date of birth, and your current home and business addresses for the record?
Stephanie Benton. Home address is business address is the New York State Capitol, Albany, New York, 12224.
And can you or your counsel open up the binder of documents that we sent you?
So you want the box or the
The
bag?
box,
Oh,
the box, the one that went last week.
Do you want to see me open it, or can I just open it?
You can just open it.
Let's see if I'm strong enough to open the box with all this tape on it. Like a Christmas present. By the way, I've gotten better presents in my life.
You haven't even looked in it. Great. So if you can turn that binder to tab 125. And then also 127. The two of those are document subpoenas that we have served on you and your counsel. And tell me once you've had a chance to look at them.
Okay.
Do you remember receiving these subpoenas?
I'm not
Greg
sure she
received
received
them,
Yeah,
I
I don't
believe.
think she received them. I think I got them.
Have you reviewed?
Chamber did.
Have you reviewed them?
I have not looked at them.
Okay. What did you do to help respond to the request for documents pursuant to these subpoenas?
I turned over access to my email addresses, my text messages to Greg. I believe Diane and or Greg went through the materials. I think Greg had a technical person. Assist in downloading essentially my text messages to Greg.
And when you said you turned over your access to your email addresses, how did you do that?
Well, the long story is I first attempted to literally give Greg access to my email with my password. It's It's a very sad story about how I got locked out and had no access for a couple of weeks, which is, I don't know if you would think this way, but debilitating. And then ultimately someone from Google helped us unlock it. And then Greg's technical person was able to get back in some way without me being locked out again. I'm not sure about the technical details.
And what was the email address that you gave him access to? Was it more than one?
Yes.
Okay, what were they?
The one address is at Gmail. The other address is at Gmail.
And how do you, any others?
No,
Do you use any other personal email addresses?
no.
And how do you use these two different email addresses?
What do you mean how?
Is there a, is one used for particular purposes or others, or are they just used interchangeably?
No, they're not interchangeable. The address was created during the last campaign cycle in an attempt to sort of not flood my own personal email address with campaign related emails.
So when was that created?
I don't remember exactly, but the last campaign was in what, 2018? So at some point in 2018.
And is that used primarily?
2017. 2017, I think.
And is that used primarily for campaign related communications or not necessarily?
No, exclusively. And in fact, I'm not really all that active a participant in that sort of stuff, but on a lot of emails, just for the purpose of awareness, you know, scheduling events, that type of thing.
And at Gmail, when was that created?
A long time ago.
And that's your primary personal email?
Yes.
And what are your practices in terms of retaining or deleting emails in the email account?
I try to keep it cleaned up to the extent possible, but you know, there's a lot of solicitations and, you know, shopping opportunities. So it's not really cleaned up all that well.
And when you say you try to keep it cleaned up to the extent possible, what do you mean?
I don't tend to keep things that I don't need, that I'm not using, that I won't need in the future.
And what do you do when you think you don't need something?
Delete it.
And then does it go into a deleted folder, or does it get permanently, do you permanently delete it?
Well, I think technically it first goes into a deleted folder, and then I clean up the deleted folder from time to time.
You said you also turned over text messages. Where did you text messages on which phone? From which phone?
On my personal phone.
Okay, and what's the number for that phone? And do you use any other phones?
That's my personal phone. I have a work BlackBerry.
And the work BlackBerry, did you turn that over to anyone for production of documents to us?
Yeah, the chamber handled that.
Okay. Who did you give that to?
Harold Moore.
And in your personal phone text messages, do you have a practice in terms of how long you retain text messages on that phone?
Not a set practice, but my text messages I don't tend to hang on to unless it's something I need in the future.
And how do you go about not hanging on to the things you don't need in the future? Is there a regular practice that you follow?
I wouldn't say there's a set practice. When I'm done with something, I delete it.
Have you been the subject of any document retention or hold notices during your time at the executive chamber?
I believe so.
When?
Well, prior to this investigation, I recall a time, but not the specific issue.
Okay, when was that?
I don't remember.
Okay, what was the subject?
I don't recall that either.
So you have a recollection that you were the subject of a hold at some point in time on an unrelated issue.
I do.
Okay, and you have a sense at all of when that was, about when that was? This year, last year?
I really don't remember.
Okay. Can you walk through for us your employment history, starting from after college?
Sure. Shortly after I graduated, so let's say fall after spring graduation, I went to work for an Albany law firm, Greenberg Traurig.
What year did you graduate?
2001.
Okay. And what did you do at Greenberg Traurig?
I worked for who was a partner there, assisted him, worked on filings with him.
And how long did you work for him?
I worked for him at the firm, so privately, until February of 2007. Left the firm shortly after the 2006 Attorney General's race to be the then Attorney General's counsel. He started in January of 2007, and I went and joined him in February of 2007. I then continued to work with him initially, and then with the Attorney General through that entire term, and there through the end of the Attorney General's term. So to answer your question, all in, I worked with him from 2001 until the beginning of 2011.
And in the Attorney General's office, what was your title when you were working with?
I think it was executive assistant.
And what kind of work did you do when you were his executive assistant?
Whatever the work was that would assist him, his phone calls. I don't know, there was probably filing involved, assisting with his scheduling, meetings.
And then what happened after 2011?
Well, the Attorney General ran for governor in 2010. He won that race. He was sworn in 2011, and I transitioned from the Attorney General's office to the governor's office.
Okay. And prior to 2011, were you exclusively the executive assistant for him, or were you doing work for others as well?
There was a period of time where it was exclusively. He and I were both based in Albany. A lot of the other senior staff was New York City based. At some point, I started assisting in sort of an operational way on events that happened outside of either Albany or New York City. And in that role, had more direct contact with the Attorney General.
And in what kind of direct contact did you have with the Attorney General in that role?
Just assisting, facilitating his appearance at events. Also, helping logistically on the ground in anticipation of his visit.
But you remained based in Albany.
I did. At some point, I started traveling to New York City more regularly, and in that role was then assisting him directly in the New York City office.
While he was Attorney General?
Correct.
And how did that come about?
I think it was just a product of the fact that in the capacity that I would assist him while he was on the road at events, it became obvious that, quite frankly, I was capable of doing that job. I was able and willing to travel back and forth to New York. And I think there was the need for some maybe additional support for him in the office.
And when was that that you began to do more work for the Attorney General?
I don't remember specifically, but I would say it's fair probably to say halfway through the term.
So 2009-ish?
Probably.
But during that time, you remained also the executive assistant for him?
No, there was a period of time when I was regularly in New York City, so let's say 4 days a week, maybe even 5 days a week, that I wasn't able to assist.
And so then was someone else, did someone else become the executive assistant for him?
I believe so.
But did your title formally change to being an executive assistant for the governor, for the Attorney General, or you remained in that role but just functionally did these things?
I don't remember my title changing. I mean, it was essentially the same job of supporting, but, geographically changed and for a different person.
Did the Attorney General at the time specifically ask you to help more with him, or was the decision made in some other way?
No, I recall him asking if it was a possibility for me to spend more time in New York City.
And when was that? When did he raise that as a possibility?
I don't remember.
Was it following a particular event that you helped cover with him, or was it just sort of not in connection with any particular incident or event?
I don't recall a particular incident.
And then while you were in the Attorney General's office, then how often do you think you interacted directly with the Attorney General?
When I started spending more time in New York City?
Yes.
I would say that it was, you know, 4 or 5 days a week eventually, and interacted with him regularly as his assistant.
Did he also have a separate assistant based in New York City?
He did.
Okay, and who was that?
Her name was,
Any others? Was it just her?
to the best of my recollection, there may have been people who filled in from time to time.
So was your role when you started coming down to New York City more, was your role to supplement the work that he was doing, or did you have different roles, or did you essentially provide very similar help and work for him?
Yeah, I would say it's similar. You know, it's kind of like a tag team.
And when you were in spending that time in New York City, where did you actually stay?
I would stay in a hotel.
And so you would stay in a hotel 4 to 5 days a week?
Well, 4 or 5 days there. I would arrive on a Monday morning, so 3 to 4 nights.
And for how long did you do that? Spending weekdays in New York City?
Again, I don't recall exactly, but I'd say, you know, maybe the last half to the last third of the term.
So for at least a couple of years.
Well, I don't know if, I didn't say at least a couple of years. I said maybe half to a third.
It's more than a year.
Probably.
And then what happened after he was elected governor, and how did the process of your switching your employment to the governor's office or the executive chamber happen?
As I recall it, all those many years ago, Steve Cohen asked me to make the transition.
What did he ask you?
If I wanted to assist the incoming governor.
Okay, and what did you say?
I said yes.
And then what was your official position with the executive chamber when you first started there?
I think it was still executive assistant. Maybe it was executive assistant to the governor.
And were there other executive assistants to the governor at that time, or was it just you?
Yeah, there are other assistants. I don't know if they're all executive assistants. I mean, if you're talking specifically about titles, I don't know for sure.
Okay. And once you moved over to the executive chamber, how, if at all, did your role change relative to the assistance you were providing the governor?
I don't know that it changed all that much. You know, it's a different job. There's a transition from, you know, what's essentially a legal practice to being a chief executive of the state. So there certainly is much more involved, but you know, more to juggle and pieces to bring together. But my essential role did not change.
And since 2011 to today, has your role changed or evolved in any substantive way?
It hasn't changed terribly substantively, but I've taken on more, I would say, management responsibility in connection with the operation of his office, the practical logistical operation of his office. So in other words, there's a pool, for lack of a better word, of people who ultimately support him, who assist me in supporting him. So I think that's how it's changed practically.
And you oversee that pool of people who support him.
Yes.
And has go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think two of them report to me directly, meaning that I approve their timesheets. But in the pool, there are others who help from time to time.
And when you say two of them who you approve the timesheets, are these two executive assistants?
I believe that's their title.
Okay. And who are the two executive assistants that you approve the timesheets for now?
And
Hey, June,
Yeah.
just for your record, I think somebody else joined the call. Do you want to note that?
Hi,
Sure.
This is Jen Kennedy Park. I'm June's partner.
That I got on the record. Thanks.
So there are two executive assistants that you approve the timesheets for, and those are currently
correct.
But then there are others who also help support the governor's work in a similar way to the way.
Yes.
Okay. And about how many people are there in that category of?
Well, yeah, sort of permanent fixtures in that capacity. From time to time, there are, I don't know, 2 or 3 others who can be called in to help.
And those 2 or 3 others who from time to time are called in to help, do they have formal titles or positions? Or how do you refer to them?
I don't refer to them by title. I'm not sure what their titles are.
Yeah, so they're not formally executive assistants.
They may be.
And how do you go about selecting and identifying people to fill that role?
I mean, it's not an official role. It's just sort of a by necessity, you need some extra help. So whether that's asking one of the senior staff members if, you know, their assistant can help out on the phones for a period of time. It's not like a plan where you find somebody to fill that sort of pinch hit role.
And so when there is a need for additional help, you look for other people who could fill that role, who are either already part of the executive chamber or already in state government. Is that a fair description?
I think that's fair.
And then once you identify them, what do you do?
What do I do in what way?
Like, what do you just simply ask them, can you come help? And then they do? Is that
Yeah,
how it works?
I think that's generally how it would work. I mean, it's not like a formal process. So it's, for example, he has to go to a doctor's appointment today, you know, can you help on the phones while she's out? There have been times when I have asked Lauren Grasso, who's our administrative person, who runs, you know, the administrative office, can you find somebody who can help on the phones?
So over the years, from 2011 to today, has there always been two executive assistants who fill the role and position that you do now?
Yeah, I think so. The other thing to understand is that you know, also support Melissa DeRosa. So when you think about it in that context, as far as I can recall, there has always been two people who have helped myself, the governor, and Melissa.
And was that the case with prior secretaries to the governor before Melissa DeRosa as well?
Yeah, as best I can recall.
So let's try to take this a bit more chronologically. So when you first joined the executive chamber after the governor's election, you were the principal executive assistant. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yes.
And at that time, were there two additional executive assistants who assisted the governor right from the start?
I can't say for certainty that there was right out of the box.
Okay. What's the first that you remember in terms of?
My first recollection is a combination of, excuse me, and has been married since she started, so her name is now. They both were from the previous administration. Worked with Larry. Worked with Howard Glazer, probably until he left, and then transitioned over to the situation involving the governor, the secretary, myself. I can't remember who was there prior to.
Were two executive assistants who, in addition to you, helped cover the governor and Larry Schwartz.
Larry Schwartz, Steve Cohen, yeah, whomever the secretary was.
Right. And then do you also cover the secretary as well, or you cover principally the governor?
No, not in a real way. I consider myself a helpful person, so in a pinch, I'm happy to help.
But primarily, you are an executive assistant for the governor.
Correct.
And the other two are. Do they similarly primarily cover the governor and help with the secretary, or are there people who are primarily assigned to the secretary and help the governor, or is it more flexible in that?
It's more flexible. It's assisting where assistance is needed at the time.
And so, how long did they remain in that role?
I don't remember when they left. They both retired.
And then who came after them?
Um, hmm. I think that was probably when he was hired. And then came after. I don't know that there was somebody really in that role unless it was sort of, again, pinch hitting before he was hired.
So it's really the two of them have been replaced by.
Yeah, that's the best of my recollection as sort of a permanent situation.
Okay. And then over the years, who have, how many different individuals have come in to supplement and help in that role who are not, formally part of the or titled executive assistant?
I mean, certainly off the top of my head, I can't give you a number, but I would guess 5, 6, 7.
And who do you, can you give me the names of the 5, 6, or 7?
Well, there's also, so this is an Albany-based operation that we're talking about. We also have the New York City office, so I don't know if you want to separate that from the conversation or add it all up together.
Yeah, why don't we add it up? So the two positions that and occupy, they're in Albany.
Correct.
Okay. And then what about in New York City? Are there formal executive assistant roles?
The New York City situation has been mostly, again, more of a supplemental role. So if I am not traveling with the governor to staff him on that particular day or trip or whatever the circumstances are, people have sat in for me. Those people have included going way back, who was briefer at the time, I believe. Andrew Ball would staff him from time to time. Annabelle Walsh. And those people that I just named are the people who would sit in my office if I wasn't there.
In New York City.
Correct. And then you had a desk outside my office where someone would sit to assist, much like you in Albany. And that person at any given time, and chronologically, I'm sure this isn't right, but there were times that Andrew Ball sat at that desk when I was in the city. There were times that Annabelle sat in that desk when I was in the city. Caitlin, Charlotte Bennett, currently it's it has been a gentleman named Dave. I'm sure I'm leaving someone out, but That's the basic New York City model.
That's New York City. So when the governor is working out of New York City, do you often come down and cover him from the city?
I think often is fair.
Okay. And so when you can, if he's in New York City, you come down and you occupy the desk that's right outside his office?
It's an office that is adjoining to him. There's a door between his office and my office.
Okay. And that's where you sit in New York City, if you are in New York City.
Correct.
And then there's another office outside of your office.
Outside of my office is it's a cubicle, really.
And it's in that cubicle will be one or more of the people that you've mentioned in New York City.
Just one at a time.
Right, one at a time, but it will be one of those individuals.
Correct.
Over the years. But then if you are not down there covering the governor, then those people would sit where you normally sit.
Not any of those people. Some of those people may have. Again, Andrew Ball has, Annabelle Walsh had.
How about, I think you had mentioned.
Yeah.
Did he sit there?
He probably sat in the office from time to time.
You mentioned Caitlin.
Yes.
Would she sit there?
I don't know that she ever sat in my office.
How about Charlotte Bennett?
I don't believe so. I don't know that she has yet. She's relatively new.
And
I don't know that he has. He may have.
so it sounds like in your mind there are some people who would sit there and some people would not. And how is that differentiated?
So for example, let's take Annabelle and Andrew, who had sat at the outside desk. After, I think, a certain amount of time, naturally you understand a little bit more, become a little bit more comfortable with not just being the person like who's fielding phone calls. You know, you're the person who's moving him through the day, keeping him on time, which sometimes means you have to say to him, you've got to hang up this call and get to this meeting. And, you know, not everybody's comfortable doing that.
And so who made that determination as to who's comfortable and ready to do that?
You know, probably me, at which point I would say, you know, this person's going to sit in my office.
To whom?
So to the governor. So that wasn't that he just looked up and saw someone sitting there and wasn't expecting it.
Mm-hmm. And would the governor have a say or a view on whether someone's ready or not to sit there?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't put someone there who I didn't believe could handle the little bit more aggressive managing of him. And I think he knows that.
So you would assess, see who's ready, and then say to the governor, look, so-and-so is going to be sitting at my desk.
Yes, I think
Don't be surprised if you see that person.
Essentially.
And
it would be someone who he is familiar with and who I know has, worked competently with him.
You've listed for me a number of people who have occupied that role of helping out in New York City. How many were there at any given time?
I'm sorry, how many what?
How many were there at any given time? You've given me names of people over the years, right? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've given me 8 names over the years that you remember. How many were there in New York City who played that role at any one time?
I don't understand. You mean how many?
Was there just one of them? Was there the person, you, and then the person sitting at the other desk, and there was just that one person? Or were there sometimes 2, were there sometimes 3 who played that role?
Well, if I understand your question, I think there were probably times when there was more than one person currently working for the administration that I could call on.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're asking me at a particular time how many people are filling that role, it's one cubicle.
I see. So physically, there's only one cubicle.
Yeah.
So there's really one person.
Right.
That's their cubicle.
Yeah.
But there may be times when there were others who were available, maybe not sitting at that cubicle, but could help.
I think that's fair.
Okay. And you said in terms of approving the timesheets, it's just the 2 executive assistants in Albany that you approve.
It's not, those aren't the only time sheets I approve it. Those are the 2 assistants I approve.
The 2 executive assistants that you approve. Right. Who else? Who else's timesheets do you approve?
Who is? I believe her title is Director of the Correspondence Bureau. I also do, I'm sorry, I hope she doesn't think I'm forgetting her, but who is relatively new.
Okay, but she's in New York.
She's in New York. She's based in New York, but she does some traveling back and forth. She also, she will help staff him in New York City, but she also is I believe sort of pitching in with the scheduling operation.
Anyone else that you approve the timesheets for?
I don't believe so.
So the people who occupied this cubicle in New York City, who did they formerly report to?
I don't know. I can't tell you specifically who any one of them formally reports to.
But functionally, you would sort of tell them what to do, or they would take direction. They did take direction from you.
Yeah, in as much as on that particular day, they were assisting in assisting.
Right, okay. And so what happened when you were not able to go down to New York City, but there was sort of the person in the cubicle was someone that you were not, had not been deemed to be sort of ready to occupy that role? Were there instances when that happened?
Yes, but in those instances, there were others who could occupy that role.
Yeah, like who?
Like Annabelle Walsh.
I see, but when Annabelle Walsh, but Annabelle Walsh was in that role, right? So you're saying even when she sort of left from that role?
No, to be clear, Annabelle Walsh was the director of scheduling. But functionally, as you said, she was that person who was strong and capable of getting him through the day. Helped that she actually created his schedule. So she was one of those people who would be pulled, who had an actual real job, but would be pulled in to help if I did not travel.
I see. So if you were not, if you knew you were not going to be able to travel, and the person who played that role in the city was not yet ready yet, or was not the right person, then you would ask someone like Annabelle Walsh to
Correct. And
sit at your desk and cover the governor in the way you would if you were there.
correct.
And then how about now? That's New York City. In Albany, how did it work?
I'm sorry, June, you broke up. Can you repeat that question?
We've covered how it worked in New York City. How did it work in Albany?
So we've already talked through pieces of it. The difference in New York City is that there is the one person in the cubicle. In Albany, there is supporting, as we discussed, Melissa, the governor, myself. In New York City, I'm sorry to keep going back and forth, but they actually
Fine.
function sort of differently for whatever reason. In New York City, Melissa, who is at the other end really of the building, the floor, has her own standalone assistant, one person. In Albany, the governor, myself, Melissa have offices within the same suite. Within that suite, there's what we refer to as the front office. So it's a large space with, I don't know, maybe 3 desks. And there are the 2 people there who are supplemented from time to time with an additional person or more.
So in Albany, there's a front office, and when the governor's there, he's there, the secretary, Melissa DeRosa, is there, and you're there.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also 2 desks for the other executive assistants.
I think there are 3 desks, just as the physical setup.
I see. And who sits on the 3rd desk?
Well, 2 who are always there, and then, except that, again, not to confuse the issue, they're not actually physically sitting in there right now, if that's of any interest, because during COVID, everybody moved out of that suite to a suite across the hall. But do you want to talk about it as if it's not?
Yeah, let's talk pre-COVID.
So it would be, and then someone would come in to help as needed. So sort of think of it as an additional person, much like the cubicle in New York City.
Mm-hmm. And who are the people who have occupied that as needed spot?
I'm trying to go back as far as I can remember and start at the beginning. A woman named helped what I would describe as a handful of times. Annabelle probably did from time to time. She traveled back and forth from New York City. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anyone. I think in Albany it was more likely that someone did it a couple of times because are such permanent fixtures. So if I'm missing someone, I'm missing someone. But you've also got Brittany Camiso, Alyssa McGrath, a few times probably. I don't remember if Charlotte Bennett ever actually sat in that front office or not. But those are probably the main ones.
And you said Melissa DeRosa in New York City had her own executive assistant. Who is that?
Currently, her name is, I believe her last name is, she's had other assistants prior to that. One was long-term. I don't remember other names.
And does that person who occupies that role report to you formally?
Melissa's assistant? No.
Yeah, no. Okay. And so in Albany, though, it sounds like plus if there are the need for a third, collectively cover both the governor and the secretary, Melissa DeRosa.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of covering the governor, what work does that entail? Answering his phones and forwarding phone calls for them, but what else?
In which role, mine or theirs?
Let's start with yours.
So yes, I don't take in the incoming calls, but I will. So and will take the incoming calls. Call me, tell me that so and so is on the line. Either we determine that we're going to take a message, or I determine that I'm going to go interrupt the governor if he's doing something, or if he's not doing something, just tell him that a particular person is on the phone and he takes the call. If he cannot take the call for whatever reason, if he isn't connected with a particular person, I make sure that that phone call is in some way ultimately executed and followed through with. So that's my role in the phone management system. In addition to that, as I've mentioned, I am the person who ensures that he is staying on schedule throughout the day, trying to facilitate what ultimately will be a day where the schedule goes off course, and attempting to maneuver what we had planned for him to do, in addition to things that pop up, things that he needs to do, things that we weren't expecting. So fitting that all together and keeping him on time to whatever extent possible. I will often relay from him messages, requests, questions to members of the senior staff, which will then naturally, it's expected that I will not only relay, but follow up, ensure that a question has been answered, a request for something to be done has been done. So I deal a lot with the senior staff in that capacity. I mean, those are pretty big pieces specifically.
How about drafting of documents or speeches or statements? You
Do
play a
I?
role, huh? Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I jumped in too fast.
Yeah, drafting of documents or speeches or statements. Do you play a role in drafting those for the governor?
I do not draft.
How about just taking dictation or from the governor?
I take dictation from time to time. That's more now a role that other supplemental help will do.
And how does the governor go about drafting things, whether it's a speech or a public statement or whatever it is, that the letter? How does he do that?
Do you mean physically?
Yeah, does he type himself? Does he dictate? Does he handwrite? What does he do?
He really doesn't type himself. He dictates, he handwrites.
So if he dictates, what does he do? How does it work? If he wants to dictate a document.
Hey, June, at a
Yeah.
community time, I don't want to interrupt you, but at community time, can we take a 5-minute break when you have, when you're finished with this topic or whatever?
Sure. Maybe 5 more minutes.
Yeah, whatever.
If he's dictating, like, how does that work?
Well, how it works for him is that he verbally dictates.
Mm-hmm. And who goes in then to write it down?
I will from time to time. He will. Brittany Camiso has. Alyssa probably has. That's Albany. I know this sounds strange, but I think it would be fair to say that a majority of his dictation is done in Albany. So I mean, I think that's the model.
So he says, I want to dictate something, a letter. Can you send someone in?
Yes, he could say that.
Or how, it sounds like he could. How does it work? Or do you just?
Well, as with anything, really, there's not like a standard. So when I say yes, he could say that. He could say, can you get somebody to come in? I want to dictate a letter.
Mm-hmm.
He could say to me, can you come in? I want to dictate whatever.
Got it. So it could be you, it could be one of the others. And then what do? He speaks, and do you record it, or do you actually type it while you're sitting there?
I do not record it. I either write it, or depending on what it is, may just type it. I think the others have, I think people write it. I can't really speak exactly how the others take dictation. I'm not quite sure exactly how they capture, how they're comfortable capturing.
For you, you go in either when you say you write it just by hand, you go in with a notepad and write it.
Right.
Or if you type it, what do you mean? You go in with a laptop or?
Right.
Got it. So those are the two ways. You don't record.
I don't.
And then how about, you said he doesn't type. So and one of the things you do, one of the roles seems to be relaying messages to senior staff and then following up to make sure it's being done, and then presumably reporting back to the governor. How do those things happen? Meaning, how do you physically convey it? Do you type up an email or a pin to other people that he conveys, requests that he conveys to you orally? How does that work?
Well, I like the dictation that can happen a number of ways. He can call me on the phone and ask me to let someone know something or ask someone a question. He can come by my desk in person and ask me to do the same. He can send me a pin and ask me to do the same. At which point, depending on what I'm relaying, I might send an email. It might, if it's just a question for one person, rather than, let's say, a group of people, I might just pick up the phone and say, the governor asked this. And maybe that person immediately has the answer to the question, and then my follow-up is very easy. But that can happen a number of different ways.
Got it. So if you decide that the right way to convey it is through an email, something, you will just send that email because the governor doesn't use email.
He's not.
So you will email to someone either a request or some substance of something that the governor wanted to convey. And the senior staff generally understand that that's coming from the governor if you're sending it?
Well, it depends, I suppose, on what the message says. I do oftentimes correspond on my own behalf with the senior staff.
I see. So depending on the message, it could be coming from you, or it could be you conveying something the governor wanted to convey.
Correct.
Okay. And that can happen by email or PIN or by phone call or in person.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can take a short break now if that works for you and Greg.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's 10:08, so should we say, let's give everyone 10 minutes, so 10:20?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Off the record at 10:08, this marks the end of Media Unit number 1. Thank you. We are back on the record at 10:20. This marks the beginning of Media Unit number 2. Please proceed.
Ms. Benton, I'd seen your title publicly described as Director of Governor's Offices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the title you've had throughout, or at some point were you given that title?
Yes, at some point I was given that title.
Okay, when was that?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And when you assumed that title, was there any change in the substantive work or role you had been playing?
I wouldn't say substantively. I think it was just sort of an amplification of what I have always been doing. And as we previously discussed, sort of the management of the additional assisting staff.
But you don't remember what year you assumed that title?
I don't, off the top of my head.
And over the years, have there been times where you were looking to hire people to cover your role in New York City more because you live in?
I live.
So were there times when you were looking to identify people who could help you travel less?
Yes.
To the city? Can you tell us about that?
Well, just as you've described, always looking for someone who can do that. It hasn't been terribly successful over the years.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, if you're talking about hiring a new person, that's always, something that's on the agenda, but it hasn't really worked out that a new person comes in and can alleviate my need to travel. But there have been times, as we've discussed, where someone who has been around and understands what's required has been able to alleviate my need for travel. Again, Annabelle, Andrew, those are the prime examples.
Yeah. Why hasn't it been terribly successful?
It's I think it's fair to say it's difficult to have someone come in to the administration without the benefit of time, the time it takes to learn the people, learn the practices, learn the, you know, the preferences, learn the phone system. It's hard to walk in cold and without really learning all of those things over a period of time. It's a very difficult job to just come in and do.
And how about for the people who come in and done it? Why is it that they haven't stayed?
Well, no one that I can recall has been hired from outside of the administration and come in and done it. People have been hired to come in and be the secondary support. And in a perfect world, that person who could, over time and through that learning process that I just described, hopefully alleviate my need for travel all the time.
But it sounds like that you have continued to have to travel a lot.
Yes, depending on what his day looks like, I travel regularly.
And in terms of identifying these people who can step in and play these roles and help cover for you and others, who has been involved in identifying those people and hiring them?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Who's involved in identifying the people and getting them to either, you know, move their positions and play the role that you've described?
You mean people internally, not outside hires?
Yeah.
I mean, any number of people, really. And I said before, it could be that I call Lauren Grasso and say, you know, who can help answer the phones. It really can happen any number of ways. In the instance of, let's use Brittany Camisso for an example, she was assigned as an assistant to John Majori, who was a policy person. John, early on in COVID, had a situation where within his office, his suite of offices, John ended up taking a leave. So Brittany was sort of left without a direct responsibility. So she became available to help. Really, I mean, it can happen so many different ways.
Did Melissa DeRosa play any role in the decision on who should play this role?
I don't think she did.
For any of them?
Not that I recall.
some of them would, the ones in Albany would cover her as well as the governor, right?
Yes, they could help cover her.
And would you consult with her before moving someone into that role?
No, I wouldn't say that I consulted with her.
So you don't consult with her.
I mean, I can't say that we haven't discussed additional help, but I don't know that I would consult her. But you have to remember that in Albany are pretty permanent fixtures. So, I mean, she's used to them, and to the extent that somebody else comes in, somebody else comes in.
Mm-hmm. How about in New York?
Well, as I said before, in New York City, she has her own standalone assistant.
How about the governor? Did you consult with him before moving in people into those roles?
Not that I recall.
So would you tell him at some point that someone has been brought into that role?
To the extent that that person would deal with him, yes, I would let him know that this person was helping on this particular day.
And how about externally, trying to bring someone in from the outside? How have those efforts been handled?
I don't know. I suppose a review of resumes that come in. I don't know exactly how the hiring process works.
Mm-hmm. Was there ever a formal announcement for this role in New York City that you were trying to fill, to try to identify people from the outside to be hired?
I don't know for sure that there was, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was.
But you're not aware of any specific outreach of that type?
Not that I recall, but there's a hiring operation that's constantly running, so I don't know how that works.
Who ran that, to your knowledge?
Currently, the appointments, hiring process was the wrong word. It's appointments. And currently that person's name is.
Any instances that you remember where the governor identified someone or said, I think it would be a good idea to hire this person, look into that?
One instance was Caitlin, who was recommended to the governor by a former congressman. He had met her at a gathering, and I think based on the congressman's recommendation, let somebody know, whether it was Jill at the time, Jill DeRosier, who is chief of staff, that the congressman had recommended this person, and I think we interviewed her at that point. I can't recall any other instance.
Okay, so in that instance, did the governor come to you, tell you about Kate, or did he first go to Jill DeRosier, to your memory?
I don't remember.
Okay, so what do you remember?
About what?
About how you came to learn about the potential hiring of Caitlin.
I don't remember the sequence of events on that.
Okay.
I may have heard it from Jill.
Yeah, and you had heard that the governor had met her at an event?
Yes, I did know that.
You know what kind of event it was?
I think it was a fundraiser.
And you heard that she had came recommended by a congressman,
A former congressman,
former congressman, who?
Congressman.
And then what did you do after you learned that the governor had met Caitlin? She had been recommended by a congressman, a former congressman.
I don't know that I did anything. In what context?
Yeah, did you reach out to her, or did someone else reach out to her? Or,
I did not reach out to her.
and then do you remember interviewing her?
I vaguely recall sitting with her before she was hired.
Okay.
I don't really participate generally in the interview process, but given that she would be working with me, I remember sitting with her for a short period of time.
Okay. And who did you, who else sat with her? Was it just you and her, or was it someone else?
No, I recall it being Jill. And I recall Annabelle. I don't recall whether it was all four of us together or whether it was like different segments.
And what job was it that she was going to be hired for and that you were interviewing her for?
So I think Caitlin, it's fair to say, is an example of someone that we hoped could eventually move into the office that I occupy in New York City. But she started out in the cubicle outside my office. I believe the title she was given was Deputy Director of the Governor's Offices.
Okay. And so you were interviewing her for the position of Deputy Director of the Governor's Office?
I don't know what the thought process going into the interview was. But as best I recall, when it was decided to hire her, that was the goal.
Mm-hmm. And whose decision was it to hire her?
I don't know who ultimately decides. I think it's, the appointments office who works pretty closely with the chief of staff on hiring decisions. I don't know who ultimately decided.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't your decision?
No. I don't hire people.
Sorry?
I don't hire people.
Okay. Did anyone ask your view on what you thought of her?
I don't recall specifically, but it's possible that I gave my input after I sat with her.
And what do you remember what your input was?
Not specifically.
Do you remember whether you liked her?
Yeah, I remember thinking that she was pleasant and she seemed enthusiastic about the possibility. Just generally speaking.
Do you remember other people having doubts about whether she'd be right for the job?
I don't remember that.
Remember Annabelle Walsh expressing doubt?
I don't recall that.
And did you know what salary she was going to be paid?
I don't remember at the time if I knew a specific number.
Did you come to learn later?
Again, I don't recall a specific number.
Was it more or less than you were making?
I don't think it was more than I was making. I assume it was less than I was making.
What were you making in December of 2016?
I can't tell you specifically.
approximately?
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you remember any discussions about how much Caitlin is going to be paid?
I don't remember specific conversations about how much. I remember a conversation about her having a second job and her request that in order for her to not work that second job, we give her slightly more than she may have made as a new hire in this position, with the understanding that she would be someone who would sort of be on call. So in other words, she gets a little bit more coming in the door than someone might, but that other person might be 9 to 5 or, potentially not available on weekends. And I remember Caitlin being willing to sacrifice her second job if we could supplement what she made in that job, in agreeing to be someone who would be happy to work on weekends or early in the morning or whatever the case may be.
And do you remember whether people agreed that to pay her more for that?
I believe it was agreed to, yes.
And who made that decision?
I don't know.
Do you remember the governor playing any role in, other than initially sort of suggesting the interview, any role in the decision to hire her?
I don't remember that he did.
Did you have any discussions with the governor about Caitlin before she started work?
I don't recall any discussions with him about her.
Can you actually turn to tab 2 of the document, of the binder in front of you? Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So if you look at, this is a text exchange between you and Jill.
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention to the second page, which is from December of 2016. Does that sound like about the time when Caitlin was hired?
You talking about the last two text messages?
Yeah, the last two from Jill.
I'm sorry, did you ask if I think this is around the time she was
Yeah,
hired?
December of 2016. Is that consistent with your memory?
I mean, I don't remember that we hired her in 2016, but that seems to make sense here.
You don't have that specific memory.
I'm not good with years.
Okay. And so she asks, Jill DeRosier asks, can we ask if this is who he meant? And she has a link to a Caitlin bio or a web page with her bio. You see that?
Yes.
Do you remember Jill DeRosier reaching out to you to ask whether this is the person the governor meant for you to interview?
I don't specifically remember this, but it makes sense.
Okay. Do you remember learning about the interactions the governor had with Caitlin at the event, after which he reached out to you to see if you could hire her?
I know that he had met her at an event.
Mhm. Have you seen pictures of the event and the governor interacting with her at that event?
Yes, I recall pictures.
When did you see those pictures?
I don't remember.
Was it at the time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether the governor, after the event, um, pulled pictures of the event and said, can we look to interview or hire this person? Do you remember any discussion like that?
I don't remember that.
Did anything like that ever happen to your memory where the governor asked or pulled pictures of events and asked you to identify or reach out to people who are in pictures?
I mean, the governor deals with photos from every event that he attends. There's always a photographer. There's always thank you letters for people who have attended the event, and they will often receive photos if a photo was taken with him. I don't specifically recall him asking me to reach out to someone from a photo.
Okay, so you're talking about photos from events and saying, let's send, or people send signed letters, signed photos or copies of the photo to people. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a system in place. Every event that we conduct, that he attends, there's a system in place where the guest list, there's a thank you for attending letter that's generated, and if that particular person took a photo with him, they will also get a photo with their thank you letter.
And who works on that process? Are you part of it?
No, there's a correspondence office, which is what it sounds like. And there is a person assigned to each event to do quote unquote follow-up, which includes sending the list of attendees with their addresses, etc., so that, you know, a letter merge, or whatever the technical term is, can be created by the correspondence office. And it's essentially a form letter saying, you know, tweaked a little bit for each event, obviously, but thanking the person for coming. And then that same person that creates the list of attendees will go through the photos from that event and identify as many photos as possible to include with the letters.
So other than that process, you don't remember any other discussions where the governor pulled people from photographs and said, can you find out who this person is or reach out to this person? You don't have any memory of that?
I don't remember that, no.
Can we actually share screen, Charlotte? Some of the photos from the event. So I think can you see this screen, Ms. Benton?
I can.
Okay. So do you see this photo with the governor that's Caitlin?
Yes.
And then if we can scroll down a little bit further, that's again the governor with Caitlin in a dance pose.
I don't know how to describe the pose, but yes, that's the governor and Caitlin.
Okay, and then go down a little bit further. Very similar picture.
Right.
Go down a little bit more. It's the same. Go down a little more. and this is a group photo. Do you remember seeing these photos before?
I do.
Okay, when do you remember seeing these photos?
I don't remember when.
Okay, do you remember whether it's sort of at the time or more recently?
Um, well, I don't remember exactly when I saw them, but you know, part of what I do is to get him to sign these letters, these thank you letters with these photos. So that would happen shortly after the event. I assume that is when I saw them.
Do you remember whether a thank you letter was sent to Caitlin?
I don't remember specifically.
So you recall you may have seen these photos, but likely around the time of the event.
I mean, I don't know what to say other than I don't remember specifically.
And not generally.
No, other than the possibility that I just described about giving him letters and photos for a particular event.
But looking at the photos, does it jog your memory at all whether you had any conversations with the governor about reaching out and identifying Caitlin and potentially hiring her?
I don't remember having that conversation with him directly. I believe he discussed with Jill the fact that she had been recommended and that he had met her, and um, and that she might be interested in a job.
Do you remember whether this was around the time when someone had recently left from that role in New York City? We can take down the photo, Charlotte.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember someone by the name of?
I do.
Who's?
Sat in the cubicle outside my office for a period of time. I don't recall how long. I don't think it was terribly long.
And how long? You don't think it was terribly long? About how long was it?
I don't know.
Yeah. And why was she not there for terribly long?
I don't remember why she decided to leave.
You have no recollection why she left?
I can't recall.
Did you speak to her at all about her departure?
I don't remember.
How was hired?
I recall that worked for Steve Cohen and had expressed an interest in public service rather than private sector, which Steve was in at the time.
And were you involved in hiring?
No.
Okay, who do you know who was?
No.
Do you have no idea? You had no conversations with anyone about the hiring of?
I don't recall a conversation about.
But she was assumed that role of sitting in the cubicle outside of your office, right?
Yes.
So how did that come about? Like, what's your memory? Did she just show up one day?
I really don't recall the circumstances around her hiring.
Okay, so you have no recollection of how she was hired, although you remember, you do. It sounds like you do recall she had a connection to Steve Cohen.
Correct.
How did you learn that?
I think through Jill DeRosier, who was Again, as the chief of staff, the person who was ultimately responsible for managing the appointments process and the hiring.
And so did you ever meet her before she actually started work?
I don't remember if I did. I may have.
And then she started to work, and what kind of interactions did you have with?
Well, the interaction would have been the same as it is with any person. I don't specifically recall much about, but she would have assisted with phone calls and other things that came up and she was asked to do.
And did she do a good job?
I don't remember enough to characterize whether it was a good job or an adequate job. I don't remember it being bad.
And then what? Then suddenly she left, and you.
I really don't recall the circumstances under which she left.
Do you remember that it was around that time that you had that was around the time when you were looking to hire Caitlin Brass to interview Caitlin?
I don't remember the timing.
You don't remember the timing at all? You have no recollection?
I don't.
Do you remember talking to Judy Mogul about this in December of last year?
Talking to Judy Mogul
about the hiring of Caitlin?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Can you turn to tab 130? Just so I understand, you don't remember talking to Judy Mogul in December of last year about the hiring of Caitlin?
I don't remember.
And so these are notes from Judy Mogul, once you're there.
I'm here.
Okay. And it says, per staff, political event where Gov spoke to her and felt she might be able to help us in office as a deputy to staff. You see that?
Yes.
Does that jog your memory at all as to whether you had a conversation with Judy Mogul about Caitlin and the governor meeting her at a political event?
I don't remember talking to Judy about this, but this is essentially what I said to you before, minus the recommendation from the congressman.
And he says after left in December. Does that jog your memory whether you knew that was around the time left?
It doesn't, but I mean, I certainly make sense, believe what Judy is saying here. I don't remember clearly the timeline.
And it says an attempt to try and get Steph not to live in NYC. See that?
I do.
Do you remember Caitlin hiring being part of the attempt to get you to travel less to New York City?
Yes, as I had said before, I think the goal once it was decided to hire her was that hopefully that would work out. Thus, she had the title that she had.
And then it says, the notes say he knew it. Sorry, it says it didn't work. So it's how did she get moved off? It didn't work. He knew it. She knew it. See that?
Yes.
How did Caitlin do in her role when she was hired?
I think that she struggled to to do some of the things that were really a requirement of that role. And when I say that role, I mean, let's call it the cubicle role. So she repeatedly dropped calls, was unable to transfer calls, which is a huge portion of that role. And ultimately, I think that if not to speak for her, but I think that she realized that she didn't actually want to do that job.
How do you know that?
I don't know that she said it to me specifically. But my recollection is that job was billed as my deputy, and I'm just guessing that she didn't really think of that job as like the answerer and placer of phone calls, for example.
Did you observe her interactions with the governor?
Yes.
And did you anything noteworthy about their interactions?
Not particularly noteworthy. I mean, the phone call example, I think, is a good one. Phone calls are very important to him. And I think her struggles with the phones cause frustration from time to time. But I don't know if there's anything particularly noteworthy.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on her appearance?
I did not hear that I recall.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on something she was wearing?
Yes, I did overhear him comment that the shirt that she was wearing a lumberjack shirt or something to that effect. I believe she was wearing a plaid shirt.
And what do you remember about that? Just that he said it?
Yes.
And where were you when he said it?
I don't remember where I was. Probably at my desk.
Any other comments that you recall the governor making about any clothing she was wearing?
No, I don't recall anything else.
Do you remember her mentioning to you anything about her interactions with the governor?
I don't specifically remember her saying anything.
Do you remember her ever appearing upset while she was in the office?
Not specifically.
How about generally?
Not that I can remember.
You seem to remember the lumberjack comment, well, not remembering sort of the circumstances of her hiring well. And is there a reason that is a memory that sticks out for you?
Well, I remember hearing it. The hiring process is not something that I'm intimately involved in, or usually even generally involved in.
So you remember hearing it at the time, the lumberjack comment?
I do remember.
And has that been a subject of conversation more recently with the governor or others?
Not that I recall.
Have you read any news reports about allegations that someone by the name of Caitlin has been making about her time at the executive chamber?
I have read some news accounts.
And you understood that. Well, who did you understand that Caitlin to be?
I don't recall how she's referenced in the article. I understood that to be Caitlin.
And who have you had discussions with about that article about Caitlin,
Other than with your lawyers.
other than with your lawyer?
I don't recall specific conversations about Caitlin.
Okay, how about generally?
Well, as any of these press inquiries come in, there's a discussion or more discussions about the inquiry and how to respond to it. There are times that I'm in and out of those calls. There are times that I'm not. So I don't think I can say I've had a specific conversation with anyone about Kate, but was generally aware of the press inquiry.
And we'll get to those later, but generally speaking, what was your role in those discussions as allegations of started coming out publicly and people getting on calls and email chains on those subjects? What has your role been?
My role in that situation is to, when necessary, sort of convene a call, send around a dial-in, open up the line so that people can join the call. I don't have like an active role in the response to the press inquiry. I'm sort of a facilitator.
Did you convey your views on how to respond either to the governor or to others?
No. Not
And
that I recall.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, sorry, not that I recall.
And did you sometimes convey the governor's views about how to, on these subjects?
No, it's not my role.
But you did sometimes send emails for him, presumably, and texts or dictate documents on this subject.
That's correct, but I don't recall doing that in response to a press inquiry.
You don't remember conveying any particular information about a press inquiry on the governor's behalf to the other senior staff?
Not that I recall.
Was the governor generally on these calls that you would help facilitate and set up?
No.
And so it will be among senior staff?
Yeah, so the idea is that the press office receives the inquiry. A number of questions are asked by the particular outlet. A group of people will discuss the inquiry and the questions, and I think ideally come up with proposed answers. And then likely the governor is consulted with the answers, maybe not. Maybe Melissa signs off, depending on the inquiry, I suppose.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to those more specifically. But on Kate, do you remember having discussions with people about how she's not doing a good job?
Vaguely.
Yeah. And about how she needs to be fired?
I don't specifically recall saying that she needs to be fired.
What recollection do you have about discussions with about her?
I generally remember realizing that it wasn't really working out. And I think that to your point about how do I know she wasn't happy, I can't really tell you how I knew she was happy, but I think people felt like she wasn't happy. And I don't recall ever saying she needed to be fired. I think that she ultimately moved to another role that would allow her more of a potentially allow her more of a substantive interaction. And I think that she was anticipating more of a substantive role as the deputy of the governor's offices, and realized that that's not what that role was. So she moved to work with who at the time I think was maybe a special advisor to the governor. Perhaps that was her title. Don't hold me to that. And I think I think she may have become her chief of staff. Don't hold me to that either. But in that role, I think there was the opportunity for her to have a little bit more of a substantive interaction with someone who was an advisor to the governor.
And who made that decision to move her to work with?
I don't know. I can assume, but I don't know.
Okay, but it wasn't you?
No, I don't make those decisions.
Although her position was deputy, your deputy, right? Deputy to the, but it wasn't the decision that came from you?
No.
And did this discussion about sort of her not working out last for a period of time?
I don't remember.
If you can turn to tab 9 in your binder. And you see this is a text exchange between a number of people: Danny Lieber, you, Annabelle Walsh. I guess it's the three of you. And someone writes, "Oh my God, already smiling. Wait, also let's fucking fire Caitlin like 6 months ago."
Okay.
Does this jog your memory at all about whether there were ongoing discussions about firing Caitlin?
It doesn't. It appears that Danny Lever sent this text, and my response doesn't seem to address what Danny said. It doesn't jog my memory about the Caitlin discussion.
So your response is, do we know if he's deaf coming into office first? You're addressing a different subject of whether presumably the governor is coming into the office.
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. And then if you go to the second page, this text exchange ends with, "Oh, at least my new lady bag is coming today." Do you know what you're talking about here?
Are you talking specifically about Ladybug?
Yeah. Or yeah. Do you know what this is about?
I'm assuming that I had ordered a handbag that I was excited about receiving.
That's inside.
Sorry.
Sorry. You can put the binder to the side.
Oh.
Yeah. So while you've been with the executive chamber, have you taken sexual harassment training?
I have.
Okay. And how frequently?
It's an annual training.
And and have you taken it annually?
Yes, I have taken it annually. I am not sure that I took it during the uh, window of time that we were dealing with COVID.
So
But
last
other than
year, 2020.
Yeah, other than that, I believe I've taken it annually.
And what form did you take it in? Is it in person, video, hard copy? How did you do it?
Um, there were periods of time where all three of those were the means of taking it. So in other words, initially when we first came to the chamber, it was an in-person meeting. It then became a live webinar. It then became a packet of paper to review.
So it changed over time?
Yes.
And so the last few years, what has it been? Packet of paper or?
It's a packet of paper currently. I don't know how many years that's been.
And then and if it's a packet of paper, what was your understanding what you're supposed to do? Just read it?
Yes.
And then was there a certification requirement?
There's a form to sign.
And is that something that you remember doing every year, certifying? Both, I guess, first doing it and then certifying it?
Well, just to be clear, she didn't say it was a certification. She said it was a form to sign. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
That form you signed was certifying that you did the training, right?
It was a confirmation that I had done the training. I don't know if it's technically a certification or what the language is.
Okay, we'll call it a confirmation.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
That you signed it every year?
Yes.
And that you did it every year?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And over the years that you've been at the executive chamber, have you played a role in helping the governor take the sexual harassment training?
The role I play in helping him is to give him the paperwork to review. And then there have been times that he has told me he's finished the review and authorized me to sign the form for him, which I have done.
And what years did you sign the form for him?
I don't recall specifically if it was all or some.
And why did he ask you to sign the forms for him?
I don't know. I typically sign things for him when he tells me to, when he authorizes me to, depending on what it is.
And when he asked you to sign the forms for him, presumably he was in listening distance or close to you, right? It wasn't by phone. You weren't in different offices, or?
No, to the best of my recollection, we would have been in the office.
And so when he asked you to sign the form for him, why didn't you just walk it over to his office so he could sign it?
I mean, I don't know. It could have been that it was with other paperwork that I may have been signing. You know, there's a lot of potential circumstances for why I would have not brought it into him to sign.
So how many years do you think you signed the sexual harassment form or completion of the sexual harassment training form for the governor?
I can't say for sure. As I said before, it could have been all, it could have been some.
Okay, but and did you read the form before you signed it?
I assume so. I mean, I signed the same form
Yeah.
for myself.
All right, but the form says that, and we can pull up the form. We'll pull it up now. It says that I certify, or we'll pull up the language, say I took the training, correct? Do you remember that being the form of the substance of the form that you signed?
Saying that I took the training? Yes.
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
And did you have any issue signing the governor's name to that form? Yeah, we pulled up. It says, I hereby attest, this is from 2019, that I have completed the following mandatory training courses. I have read and understand the material and acknowledge that I am responsible for complying with its content.
I didn't have any problem signing it. He told me that he had taken the trainings and had authorized me to sign for him, which isn't a rare occurrence.
And if you look at this document, is that your handwriting?
Yes.
Andrew Cuomo?
Yes.
And is that your signature?
It's my signature for him. Yes.
It's your signature. And how do you do it? You just, I mean, it just kind of looks like I guess an AC. Does this look like a document the way he signs it, or are you just sort of doing a signature that looks like a signature?
It doesn't look exactly like his signature, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm asking is, when you sign for him, do you try to mimic, or for lack of a better word, sort of mimic his actual signature, or are you just signing like it looks like a signature?
Yeah, not especially. Not especially mimicking.
You're just signing.
Mm-hmm.
And you note that this one has some of the ones checked off, but not others, like fire safety and internal controls. You see that?
I do.
Are those check marks there, or cross marks, your handwriting?
Yes.
And how did you know what to cross check and what not to?
I don't remember. I assume he told me that those were the packets that he had reviewed.
And did you do anything to verify that he in fact had reviewed the ones that he had X'd out?
No.
Had you printed them out for him, or?
No, someone generally prints them for me and I give them to him.
Well, who prints them for you?
I don't know exactly where they come from. They may come from Lauren Grasso's shop. She may have dropped them off to me. She may have dropped them off to me. Who dropped them off to me.
And you just hand them over to him?
I hand them over and tell him that these are the training packets. And then I will check back with him periodically to ask if he has reviewed them. And then ultimately he tells me that he has reviewed them. So it may take a couple days or a few days, but with reminders, he reviews them.
And then does he ask you to sign them for him?
He will tell me that he has reviewed them. And I may say, do you want me to sign? and he will say sign. The language there could be a variety of things.
And other than this attestation form, what other documents do you sign for the governor?
There are times that I sign letters. There are times that I sign checks. I can't really think of anything specifically other than that.
And so we have this 2019 form, but do you remember doing something similar to this every year for the governor?
I don't remember how many years I've signed versus he's signed.
And you know the convention of when you're signing for someone else's name, you can put an S and write their name. Have you done that before?
I don't know that I have done that.
Okay. So whenever you sign for the governor, you just sign like it's a signature.
Yes.
Is there anyone else that you sign documents for in that way?
Not that I can think of.
Can you turn to tab 50 of the binder in front of you? This is equal employment opportunity New York State employee handbook for employees of New York State agencies. Do you recognize this?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Do you understand that there is a handbook for New York State employees that talks about the rights and responsibilities?
Generally, yes, I recognize it.
If you can turn to page 11. And this is the part of the handbook that talks about sexual harassment. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And at the bottom of page 11, it reads, sexual harassment includes unwelcome conduct, which is either of a sexual nature or which is directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. When, and the three bullets are, such conduct has the purpose or effect of unreasonably interfering with an individual's work performance or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, even if the reporting individual is not the intended target of the sexual harassment. Such conduct is made either explicitly or implicitly a term or condition of employment, or submission to or rejection of such conduct is used as the basis for employment decisions affecting an individual's employment. Is that description of what constitutes sexual harassment consistent with your understanding of sexual harassment?
It is.
And it also goes on to say, actions that may constitute sexual harassment based on a hostile work environment may include, but are not limited to, words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence, which are of a sexual nature or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Is that also consistent with your understanding of sexual harassment under New York State law and the employee handbook?
It is.
And it also says sexual harassment also consists of an unwanted verbal or physical advances, sexually explicit derogatory statements, or sexually discriminatory remarks made by someone which are offensive or objectionable to the recipient, which cause the recipient discomfort or humiliation, or which interfere with the recipient's job performance. See that?
Yes.
And is that consistent also with your understanding?
Yes.
And if you go to the next paragraph, sexual harassment, second sentence, sexual harassment need not be severe or pervasive to be unlawful, and can be any sexually harassing conduct that consists of more than petty slights or trivial inconveniences. Is that also consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
And based on your understanding of sexual harassment and the description here, in your time at the executive chamber, have you observed or been made aware of any allegations that would constitute sexual harassment under this description?
Have I observed allegations? Have I been made aware of allegations?
Let's start with, let's put allegations to the side. Have you observed any conduct that would qualify for sexual harassment under this description?
I myself have not observed conduct.
How about comments that would match the description that's set forth in this description?
No, I personally have not heard comments that are defined within this description.
By anyone?
Not to me personally, no. Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You're asking, have I observed anyone?
Have you observed or heard anyone engage in this type of conduct?
I mean, I don't recall the type of conduct described in the definition.
Okay. And we'll get to obviously the allegations that have been made. Yes.
At an appropriate time, can we take another break?
Yeah, okay, let me.
I know you need whatever time you need.
Yeah, there's just a couple more sections of this handbook, and then we can take a break. If you go to the next page, page 13, and if you go towards the bottom of the first paragraph, it says any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by goer or pursuant to the employee agency's policy. Furthermore, any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature must report such conduct so that it can be investigated. Is that also consistent with your understanding of the reporting requirements at the executive chamber?
Yes, I think so.
You are aware of the reporting requirement to goer of complaints about sexual harassment?
I don't know that I knew about that requirement. I mean, I'm not fully familiar with the reporting structure and what happens to a complaint once it's lodged, but I see it.
So you're not sure, before seeing this here today, you're not sure you knew that any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by goer or pursuant to the employee agency's policy?
I mean, I don't really know.
go to page 39, and it talks about retaliation.
Mhm.
Do you have a general understanding that um, there can't be retaliation for people raising complaints of sexual harassment?
I do.
And do you understand here um, if you look at the middle of the first paragraph on this page, the adverse action does not need to be job related or occur in the workplace. Retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable person from making or supporting an allegation of discrimination. Such action may be taken by an individual employee. Is that consistent with your understanding of New York state law on retaliation?
Yes.
And then it says actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. Is that also consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
We can take a break here. That makes sense.
Right.
It's 11:34, so should we say 11:45?
Perfect. Just for planning purposes, what time do you want to do like a lunch break? Remembering that I have the thing at 2:00.
Yeah. So what makes sense for you? Should we?
Do you want to go off the record?
Yeah, let's go off the record.
We are going off the record at 11:35. This marks the end of media unit number 2. Thank you. We are on the record at 11:51, and this marks the beginning of media unit number 3. Thank you.
Well, before we took the break, I'd asked you about your involvement in dealing with the allegations that came up more recently and the press response, and you described your role as facilitating calls and being on some but not others. In connection with, you're aware that Charlotte Bennett had made certain allegations about the governor taking the sexual harassment training and the signing of the form. You have a general understanding that she had made certain allegations relating to that?
I am.
And did you communicate to the press office in the executive chamber or others the fact that you had signed the attestation forms for the governor?
Yes, I recall telling someone that signature was mine and not his. I don't remember who it was.
You don't know who you told, or
I don't remember.
Richard Azzopardi or
It's possible.
Peter Jamian?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first name.
Richard Azzopardi, and we'll send you the spellings.
I just didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, she said it's possible. Who was the second one?
Peter Ajamian.
It's possible.
How about Melissa DeRosa?
That's possible too. Those would be the 3 that I would have told.
Okay. Is it possible, or do you remember telling them?
I don't remember specifically who I told, but I remember telling someone.
Okay. Someone among those 3.
Yes. Who would have been handling the press inquiry.
Okay. Let me ask you about Lindsay Boylan. Okay. When did you first meet Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember the year or the date, certainly.
Mm-hmm. In what context or where do you think you first met her?
I first met her when she was chief of staff to the person who ran ESD.
And who was that?
Howard Zemsky.
And so when you first met her, she was still chief of staff to Howard Zemsky.
Yes.
And then how often did you see or interact with her when she was in that role?
I would say occasionally.
Occasionally, once a week, once a month, less?
I mean, it's really hard to say. Howard was Howard, who was the primary driver on economic development projects, was, you know, a big part of the administration's agenda. So he was someone, in terms of head of an agency, who was involved a lot. So I don't know, if I was going to guess, I'd say maybe once or twice a month.
And did you, when she was in that role as chief of staff, ESD, where did she sit in New York City, office-wise?
I don't know exactly where she sat, but I believe she was on the 37th floor at 633 3rd Avenue.
Okay. And you and the governor were on which floor?
39.
And who was on 38?
38 is the lieutenant governor's office and conference room. 38, I think, is where our intergovernmental staff is. It's where reception is, meaning that when there are visitors to the office, they have to stop on 38 to check in with reception before they go to a meeting or whatever the purpose is on 39. I don't know who else is on 38.
And 37 is ESD?
I don't know if it's only ESD, but I believe ESD is on 37.
Okay. Who else, what other groups was that on 37?
I don't know.
And so when Lindsey Boylan was chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, did you observe interactions between Lindsey Boylan and the governor?
I don't recall specific interactions.
Do you remember her coming up to the office on 39?
Well, I know that she participated in meetings, so she would have come to 39. I don't remember specifically an instance when she came.
And during that time, did you communicate with the governor about Lindsey Boylan in any way?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you remember having any discussions with the governor about the fact that she looked like Lisa Shields, the governor's ex-girlfriend?
Well, I recall the governor saying, "Tell Lindsay she looks just like Lisa Shields." I don't recall him saying to me, "My ex-girlfriend."
I see. And so what do you remember about when he said that to you?
I don't remember exactly when.
Was it after an event or something where he saw her, or was it out of the blue? Or do you have any memory of in what context he said that?
I really don't.
And Do you remember him saying that to you in person or on the phone or text or email?
I don't remember.
And then you remember him saying, tell her she looks like Lisa Shields. You're saying you don't remember him saying my ex-girlfriend, but
Correct.
Do you remember him saying that she looks like the better looking sister of Lisa Shields?
No, I don't remember him saying that. My recollection was that that was my addition to his message.
Okay, so let's take a look at tab 5, which I think is probably a text that you have seen before. Do you remember sending this text to Lindsay Boylan?
I don't specifically remember sending it.
But this is consistent with what we were just talking about, the interaction we just spoke about?
Correct.
Okay. So you say, he said, look up Lisa Shields. You could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister. And this is in response to an email she sends to you about a great trip, right?
Yes.
And so do you think the comment that the governor made to you about her looking like Lisa Shields was around the time of this text? Shortly before or sometime before, or you don't
Yes,
know?
I think so.
And you say he said, look up Lisa Shields. Do you remember him saying that, to look up Lisa Shields?
I don't remember the specific conversation with him.
I see. And you say you could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister. That's the part although you don't specifically recall, you think was your addition as opposed to something the governor said?
That is, that part of this is my voice. So yes, I think so.
What do you mean by your voice?
It sounds like something that I would say.
I see. He said, look up Lisa Shields. That doesn't necessarily sound like something you would say. I mean, it's saying he said it.
No, my vague recollection of this is that he would have said, tell her to look up Lisa Shields. And then I made a comment that I thought was sort of fun and playful.
And you could be sisters. That's also something that, well, what is your memory of whether you could be sisters was something he said?
No, I think the last two portions of that message are from me.
So if we understand your testimony correctly, you don't have a specific recollection. Your general recollection is the governor said, she looks like my sister. She looks like Lisa Shields. Tell her. Look her up. She looks like Lisa. Look Lisa Shields up. She looks like Lisa Shields. And although you don't have a specific recollection, you think you could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister. It sounds like it's your voice, so potentially your addition.
That's right.
What did you think? Why do you think the governor was telling Lindsay Boylan to look up Lisa Shields and saying that she looks like her?
I think because in fact they do look very much alike.
And did that, to you, feel odd at all?
I don't recall thinking it was odd.
It was normal, or
I mean, this isn't like a message that I would send to anyone for any reason. I just think that in a moment of levity, it's uncanny how much they do look alike.
have you heard the governor compare other people to ex-girlfriends of his?
Not that I recall.
Have you heard the governor compare to you or in your presence any other women to other women in his life or in public?
Okay, I'm
Compare.
sorry, I don't understand that question.
Yeah, all right. No, that wasn't well, but have you ever heard the governor compare the appearances of other staffers, other people who are employed, state employees, to other women?
To any other woman?
Yeah.
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember getting Lindsay Boylan a BlackBerry during this time period when she was still chief of staff to ESD?
I don't remember personally getting her a BlackBerry.
Who had BlackBerries in this time period?
I don't know all of who had BlackBerries.
Okay. Maybe a better question is who had BlackBerries as well as access to the governor's PIN to send pins to him?
Well, I would say certainly the senior staff, other people that he was in contact with for, a particular project or issue. I don't recall at the time who had the BlackBerries. But if I knew, if I had a list of who had the BlackBerries, I could tell you from that list who would have had his PIN.
Mm-hmm. And before you would give out his PIN, did you talk to the governor about handing it out and tell him you're giving his PIN?
Yes, I would say that a particular person had asked for his PIN, or do you want this person to have your PIN? So he was aware.
And do you remember doing that for Lindsay Boylan, giving the governor's PIN to her?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, what do you remember about that?
I remember giving her his PIN.
Do you remember if the governor said, give Lindsay my PIN?
I don't remember specifically. I don't remember if it was that he told me to or that I asked him if he wanted me to. I don't remember.
Okay. If you can look at tab 7 in your binder. You see, first there's an email from Lindsay Boylan about Girls Inc. annual luncheon and the governor. And then you say, did we already cover whether you have a BlackBerry? Do you? He said, yes, I got one finally. I wrote the PIN down at my desk. You can then say, you can feel free to PIN Gov. He'll be very happy to hear from you. What did you mean by that? He'll be very happy to hear from you.
I think I was just being friendly and welcoming, and I assume that at this point I had told him that she had a BlackBerry.
Okay.
And that's why I gave her here his PIN.
Right. You wouldn't give the PIN without informing the governor that you're giving the PIN.
That's right.
And then you say, sent one, hope I did it right. That was my first PIN.
That's actually Lindsay.
That's
Boyle.
Lindsay Boylan, yeah. You say, haha, now you're in for a real treat. What did you mean by that?
I think that is playful and semi-sarcastic. You know, when you have the BlackBerry and you have the PIN, you then can expect to hear from senior staff and from the governor at various times that, you know, may or may not be convenient, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. So playful and semi-sarcastic in the sense that now you might be bothered a lot or at
I
inconvenient
don't
times.
know if bothered is the right word, but you know, it may have added to her correspondence.
Do you remember the governor being on any trips where Lindsay Boylan also traveled with him?
Yes, I remember her traveling.
Okay. To what types of events?
Generally to events that were the announcement of some sort of economic development project or economic development project.
Okay. And on those types of events, did you also travel with the governor?
From time to time, yes.
And how would it be determined whether you would travel with him or not?
Well, again, much like when I'm in the office, when it's decided that I'm going to go to New York City to staff, it generally depends on what he's doing that day. So specifically if he was traveling for the day and had to, you know, also execute phone calls, that would be a reason that I traveled with him. There are times that I, you know, help on the ground operationally, make sure that the press person is briefing him before the event for Q&A after, just sort of the general facilitator of things.
And do you remember accompanying the governor on a trip that he took for an event where Maria Bartiromo was emceeing an event?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do you remember accompanying the governor on a trip down to New York City for an event that Maria Bartiromo was emceeing?
I do not.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay.
I remember Maria Bartiromo coming to Albany to MC events.
Okay. Do you remember accompanying the governor on any of those events in Albany where Maria Bartiromo emceed?
I certainly attended some of those events.
Okay.
But when you say accompany, do you mean travel?
To go with him. No, to go with him to the event.
I may have gone with him. I may have gone ahead of him. I may have gone just after him.
But you were at the event.
I have been at one or more events that Maria has emceed. She's done a handful, I believe.
And do you remember Lindsay Boylan being at any of those events that Maria Bartiromo emceed?
Generally.
How many such events?
I don't know how many.
And do you remember in any of those events being engaged in any discussions about whether Lindsay Boylan should accompany the governor back from one of those events, travel back with the governor and Maria Bartiromo?
I remember generally a conversation about Lindsay traveling with Maria Bartiromo. I don't know necessarily that the governor was traveling.
Okay, so what do you remember about conversations about Lindsay Boylan traveling with Maria Bartiromo?
My general recollection is that Maria was coming up from New York City and that the event was in Albany, I think is the sequence. And that Lindsay would accompany Maria to, it was the Regional Economic Development Council Awards, which Maria emceed. So that is, if you don't know, and certainly it's entirely possible that you wouldn't, it was an annual event that we did. The Regional Economic Development Councils give awards to regions around the state of money for particular economic development projects that they have submitted for a monetary award. So that's the background.
Mhm.
My recollection is that we asked, and didn't directly, but I remember hearing the conversation, that Lindsay travel with Maria to the event to answer any questions that she would have and to prepare her for the particulars, the awards, the regions, etc.
Okay, that you have a general recollection of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other recollection of after any such event, there being any discussions about whether Lindsay Boylan should travel back or go anywhere with the governor and Maria Bartiromo?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You remember, or that one of the stories or allegations that Lindsay Boylan has made in her Medium post relate to an event that she was at and Maria Bartiromo was emceeing. Are you aware of that?
I generally remember that. I don't remember exactly what she said.
Yeah, so I guess the more specific question is, when you read that, did you have any particular recollection of that event she was talking about or the interactions that she was talking about?
Well, my recollection is what I just laid out for you.
Mm-hmm. So beyond that, there's no specific recollection of, oh, I remember that event, what she's talking about is this or that, or I don't agree or disagree. You didn't have a specific recollection of
I can't
a
remember.
reaction to reading her description of that event.
I don't recall exactly what the Medium article said about this particular issue.
And so you don't then have a particular recollection about a reaction you had to what it said.
I can't remember if I had a reaction because I don't remember the specific. I don't remember exactly what she said about this issue.
Okay.
And how it is different from what I just described.
And the interactions between, have you observed interactions between the governor and Maria Bartiromo?
I have.
Okay. And how would you describe their, how would you describe their relationship?
I would describe it as friendly.
Any interactions that you observed between the two of them that were noteworthy or unusual or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever seen the governor touch Maria Bartiromo?
I'm sure.
Okay, in what way?
Kiss hello, hug hello.
Okay, kiss on the cheek?
Yes.
How about on the lips?
Not that I remember.
Have you heard the governor comment about Maria Bartiromo's appearance?
I feel like I have said to the governor how pretty she is, and I think that he has agreed that she is pretty.
Mm-hmm. So you believe you've said to her that she's pretty, and he's agreed.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you ever heard him talk about Maria Bartiromo's any body parts or Her breasts,
No, I have not.
okay, her legs.
No, not that I recall.
Have you heard the governor ever mention Lindsey Boylan's appearance at any time?
Not that I remember.
Never heard him comment on her clothing, or have you heard him comment on her clothing?
Not that I remember.
How about her body in any way?
Not that I remember.
Legs? No, you have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry. No, not that I recall.
Breasts?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware of the governor sending out roses on Valentine's Day for various staff?
I'm aware.
Okay. And how often, or when did he start doing that?
I think it started actually with Sandra Lee, who, as best I can recall, organized it through the mansion staff. I think that was the beginning of that.
And so when do you think that was about?
I don't remember what year it was.
And so when you say organized by mansion staff, what do you mean?
I mean, I think that they obtained flowers and put them together.
I see the mansion staff did.
That's as I remember it.
And then what, they would be delivered to people's offices or homes, or how?
To the offices.
But the mansion staff would do it.
That's how I remember. I don't know if that's how it happened every year, but I believe that's how it started.
Okay. And who determined who would get the roses?
I remember making the list.
You every year?
I think so.
Okay. And how did you make the list?
I identified senior staff members, other employees who worked with the senior staff and the governor.
Okay. So you would come up with the list.
Yeah, as I recall it, I came up with the list.
And then did you show it to the governor?
Probably.
And then who would actually buy it? The mansion staff?
I don't know who bought them.
Okay. So going to 2017, and this is when Lindsey Boylan was chief of staff to the Howard Zemsky. Do you remember asking to buy roses for Valentine's Day that year?
Not specifically, but that would have made sense in New York City because the mansion is in Albany, obviously.
Right. So so the mansion staff would do Albany, and then what would happen in New York City?
It would make sense that I would have asked to do that, or that I would have gone out and done it myself. I may have done it myself one year for New York City.
I see. And so this was when John was in that role in the cubicle.
That's right.
Okay.
And I think that the New York City people would have received like a single stem, whereas in Albany, the mansion staff put together like a little mason jar of flowers.
For every person.
For whomever received them.
And so for New York City, do you remember, who do you remember getting flowers for?
Well, in this case, I can't give you like a New York City versus Albany list because I don't remember who would have been where when, but I can try to come up with the list of people.
Yeah, or would you have given to every woman who's on 39th floor?
You have a specific time frame in mind? Because
Yeah, 2017.
I don't remember if it was every woman on the floor. It might have just been senior staff, in other words, like as opposed to assistants. I don't remember.
Let's see. Okay. And then how about on 38? Would you have identified women on 38?
I don't know that there was anyone on 38.
And how about on 37?
I believe Lindsay did at that point receive a flower or however the flower was at that time.
Mm-hmm. And how did you decide to include Lindsay Boylan on that list?
I think at that time she was a person who was working with the senior staff and with the governor, and I don't know exactly when she transitioned from chief of staff to the chamber, but I think it was around that time.
And who decided to include Lindsay Boylan, you or the governor?
I think I put her on the list. I mean, I made the list.
You made the list, and then you may or may not have, you may have shared it with the governor, but you made the list?
Yes, as I remember it.
Do you remember having any specific discussions with the governor about whether or not Lindsay Boylan should get a flower?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if there's anyone else on 37 who got a flower for Valentine's?
I don't remember that there was.
And so at some point, she moved from being chief of staff to Howard Zemsky to the executive chamber. About when did that happen?
I don't know exactly, but I believe that it was sometime in 2017.
Mm-hmm. Well, and she became the deputy secretary for economic development?
I believe so.
Okay. And how did that come about?
I don't know exactly.
Did you play any role in that decision?
No,
Do you know who made that decision?
I do not.
And then when she moved into that role, did she physically move from 37?
No, I believe she stayed. I believe she remained in the office she had. I could be mistaken, but I believe she did.
And do you know why she stayed in the office she had?
I don't know. It's possible there wasn't an open office on 39.
Okay. But you didn't have a role in whether she needed to move or should move or why she did.
No.
And then once she moved to that position, did her level of interactions with the governor change? Did they increase, decrease, stay the same?
I mean, I don't know exactly. She had become, a substantive economic policy person over a period of time, is my recollection. Which is, I mean, she had been involved in these projects with Howard, who worked very closely with the governor. So I don't know that her interactions increased or, were about the same as they were. She was already working on these projects.
And would she frequently come to the governor's office from 37?
I mean, certainly from time to time. She would
And
be in meetings in his office.
would she be in sort of bigger staff meetings or meetings relating to ESD, basically,
She
and
would.
economic development?
She would.
And who would generally be in these meetings? Or did it depend?
I'm sorry, I missed the last
Or
part.
did it depend?
Yeah, it depended. I mean, for a meeting changes for any specific conversation. I mean, it would always be some, for a broader discussion, it's usually the secretary, it's usually one of the lawyers, it's usually a press person, because everybody adds sort of an element to the conversation, especially if it's regarding an event.
How about any one-on-one meetings between the governor and Lindsey Boylan?
What are you asking?
Were there times when she met with him one-on-one in his office?
I believe so. There were times.
How often?
I don't think very often, maybe a few times.
And what were your interactions with Lindsey Boylan like?
Initially they were pleasant, friendly enough, but that sort of evolved over time.
Mm-hmm. And what happened? How did it evolve?
My take on Lindsay is that she had a difficult time hearing from coworkers any sort of instruction or direction or request. So I think she sort of bristled at that. And there came a point when it was understood that she was going to the governor directly to communicate about issues, ideas, which is not the operating procedure in the chamber. It becomes very chaotic when people are talking to him substantively about things and the rest of the staff does not know it. And she was, I think, attempting to do that more often, based on my understanding.
And how did you obtain that understanding?
I know that she had, I believe that she had a particular conversation with Melissa about it, where Melissa instructed her pretty clearly that it's not the way things are done, which Melissa relayed to me. Also, I remember that Jill had relayed to me, Jill DeRosier had relayed to me that who at the time was State Director of Operations, who Lindsay, I believe, technically reported to in her role as Deputy Secretary, was expressing the same kind of frustration, which was that she was sort of trying to operate in a silo and not, sharing information and trying to get everyone on the same page. Also, an additional point to that is ideas and suggestions are brought to the governor when they've been discussed and sort of perfected as much as possible, so that everyone is in agreement.
And how did Lindsey Boylan sort of go outside of this practice and bring thoughts and ideas to the governor directly in your in what you saw?
I don't know specifically how she did it. I don't know how it came to attention or that Melissa knew, although I believe Jill had expressed it to Melissa. I I wasn't part of those end of the conversations. I had heard about it after the fact, so I don't know how.
And other than that, what were your personal interactions with Lindsay Boylan like?
Well, towards the end, certainly, I don't think she was very fond of me, and it's fair to say that I wasn't terribly fond of her. We had one email exchange that I remember not perfectly, but pretty well, which was a group conversation, can't remember who, but it was relative to a particular work project, where she was becoming very upset via email. I don't remember why. I do remember replying at some point some version of let's relax, which she really didn't take well to. I don't remember exactly what she said, but I remember the emotion. And then either right before she left or shortly after she left, she sent me an email that said something to the effect of, "You need to let me talk to him. I know you love him. I love him. Nobody around him is telling him what he needs to hear." That unsettled me a little bit.
That email unsettled you in what way?
The "I know you love him, I love him" was unsettling to me. Nobody around him is telling him what he needs to hear was unsettling to me. I don't know. It just seemed like there was a little bit of delusion, I think is the right word, in her approach to me to get to him. I didn't quite understand where she was coming from, but those two pieces were a little unsettling.
Mm-hmm. And have you seen that email recently?
No, I haven't.
Have you looked for it recently?
Yes, I have looked for it.
In what context did you look for it?
I searched it in the event that I had it somewhere, maybe in my Gmail, other places, and I hadn't been able to find it. I also thought that I had printed a copy of it and given it to Alfonso David at the time, but it's my understanding that it may not be with counsel's office.
And was that email only to you or to anyone else as well?
No, I believe it was only to me.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
I don't remember responding to that. I remember printing it and giving it to counsel's office.
Do you remember sharing it with, by counsel's office, you mean Alfonso David?
I think I gave it directly to Alfonso.
Did you tell the governor about it?
I think I did tell the governor about it. And I think I told him in the context of, she's trying to speak to you on the phone. And this is what she's saying. And I don't believe that he spoke to her on the phone after that.
And what did he say when you shared that email with him?
I don't remember exactly what he said.
And so moving back a little bit, that's around the time she leaves, right?
Yes.
But at some point,
shortly after, perhaps.
okay. And so it sounds like at some point, sounds like in the beginning you had I think you described it as a pleasant relationship with her, and then it was no longer as pleasant, right?
Correct.
In part.
What was the end?
It was no longer as pleasant. So if you want to turn to tab 15, this is another text chat group among you and Annabelle Walsh. I guess just the two of you. The top's a little hard to read, this number of names for some reason, but it's just you and Annabelle. And you write, I actually don't like Lindsay. Annabelle, she says, me either, she's the worst. Do you remember this exchange?
Not specifically.
Okay. Do you remember having discussions with Annabelle Walsh about Lindsay Boylan?
Not specifically, but I'm not surprised by this.
Do you remember knowing that she didn't like her either?
I don't remember specifically talking to Annabelle about it. I recalled the conversations with Melissa and Jill and through Jill, but I don't remember specifically talking to Annabelle about it.
And why didn't you like her? Was it you've talked about her going directly to the governor, and that was not the way to do it, causes chaos. What else?
Well, that's a very practical issue, but just personality wise, she was condescending. She didn't want to be, I think it's safe to say that she wasn't a team player. She wanted to work in a silo directly with him. And, there came a time when she just was, quite frankly, unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Was she unpleasant to you personally as well?
Yes.
Okay, on what occasions?
Well, the email I described to you.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what she said, but I very well remember the general tone of the email. But I can't remember any other specific moments. It's just sort of a general feeling.
Okay. If you can turn to tab 18. This is another text exchange between you and Annabelle Walsh. And this is September of 2018. You write to Annabelle, I want to call Lindsay and say, how do you not understand where we're coming from? Do you remember what this was about?
I don't specifically remember. It looks like it was after a call with the governor that she was on.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember it.
Okay. But looks like that you felt pretty strongly about your dislike for her at this time.
It does.
Yeah. And if you look at tab 19, this is actually a longer memo to file, but within it is an email exchange that involves you. And if you go to the and they're all Bates numbered the same, I think. Oh no, if you look at 20797.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay, and there are loose sheets in between, but this is that involves where
I'm sorry, I don't see that one.
okay, so if you go to
Oh,
20799,
yep.
That's the beginning of it, and you can just kind of skip. There's a blank sheet in this production in between each page.
I see.
And then, hold on, let me actually send you the next. So if you go to another page down to the one that says 801.
Yep.
The bottom.
Yes.
This is the one where you say,
Yes. Yes.
and then she responds to that. Is this the exchange you were talking about where you thought overreacted and you told her to calm down and then she continued to respond?
Yes, I remember some version of relax, but this is exactly what I was.
What was this about? Do you remember? What was the underlying issue?
Do you mind that I'm reading?
Oh, it's fine. You can read the other stuff too.
So this is an example that I would describe to you as her, the questions that are being asked of her are very natural questions.
Do you remember the subject? Remember what they're talking about? I think is what.
I don't specifically, but it's not, the specifics of it aren't something that I would be involved in. My role would be in attempting to help, bring whatever the task is to completion, much like it looks like Annabelle here. So they're looking for a drawing of something. I'm assuming some economic development project. Annabelle asks her.
Well, do you remember this, or you're just interpreting the email?
Yes, I'm interpreting the email.
Okay. Just so it's clear.
Do you want me to give you?
Yeah. Understanding that that's what you're doing, helpful to hear.
So Annabelle is asking, why didn't we have this until 12 o'clock? That's going to be a question, meaning someone who's expecting these drawings is going to say, did you give them a deadline for the drawing? Did they meet the deadline? Was 12 o'clock the deadline? Etc. She's then very excited at having been asked a question. I don't know who it is. Oh, so the initial says, I have something for you on 39. Please come up when you can. From my interpretation of this is that it is drawings for her to take and turn into some sort of, graphic or blueprint or something. And so just double checking that Lindsay in fact got the drawings on Friday. And the graphic or whatever the case was not produced, it looks like, until midnight on Sunday night.
Did you consider this exchange with her as harassing on her part?
I consider this evidence of the fact that she did not work well with other people and was very upset to be questioned on anything.
Did you raise this as a complaint to anyone?
I had given this email exchange to Alfonso.
And how did you end up doing that? Did you just volunteer to, or so did you proactively reach out to Alfonso David, or did he reach out to you, or did someone ask you to give it to Alfonso David?
I recall giving it to Alfonso myself.
Okay. No one asked you?
I don't believe so.
So if you go to the second page of this, the second substantive page of this document, which is the memo.
Is that 769?
Yeah. And there's a reference to you saying that is that a fair?
June, can you point me to the place? I don't see that. Where is that?
769 is the base, and it's
I
in
see
the paragraph
in the
under
third
issue
paragraph.
C.
Got it. Sorry.
Is that consistent with what you reported to Alfonso David?
I'm sure I said, I don't know that I said her. I may have.
Okay. And so to your knowledge, was he already working on an investigation or dealing with other issues relating to Lindsay Boylan when you raised this, or did you know?
I didn't know specifically. I recall Alfonso saying to me, I'll put it in her file. I didn't ask questions about it.
You don't know if there were other things that he was looking at the time relating to Lindsay Boylan?
I did not know at the time.
Okay. And this was not something that Melissa DeRosa or anyone else asked you to go to Alfonso David on?
No.
You just did it?
Not that I recall. I recall this being my decision to share with Alfonso.
Can you look at tab 20?
So June, it's 12:51.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop you.
Why don't we stop right after this document?
Okay. I mean, however you want to do it is fine with me.
Yeah. And so this is October 2018, about a month or so after the email exchange we saw. And Jill says, I'm happy to confront for kicks, agree on all you say, and you say she's a little Syracuse Lindsay Boylan. Do you know who this is in reference to?
I have no idea what the context is here, but I certainly don't remember, but I believe last name was the Syracuse area regional rep or intergovernmental person.
And do you remember having issues with her?
I don't specifically remember.
So what do you think? What did you mean by she's a little Syracuse Lindsay Boylan?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, why don't we take a break here for lunch? I don't know if 1:30 gives enough time, or
I think we're going to have to check with Diane on because she's in an office. She's going to have to go down and get stuff and come back. The question I have is, do you want to, I don't know, Diane, how long do you need?
You want to go off so this isn't on the record?
Yep.
Off the record at
Sorry, I'm still taking
12:53.
notes, so give me a second.
Off the record at 12:53. This marks the end of media unit number 3. Thank you. We are back on the record at 1:31. This marks the beginning of media unit number 4. Thank you.
And Ms. Benton, do you remember the circumstances under which Lindsay Boylan left the executive chamber?
I do.
What do you remember?
I remember that there had been complaints, I believe, from subordinates of hers at ESD, and that she and Alfonso had spoken about it, and I believe she decided to leave and then came back to Alfonso and asked for her job back, at which point he said that that wasn't going to work out.
How did you learn this?
I don't recall who told me that or when in particular.
And did you had no direct interactions with Lindsay Boylan before she decided to leave, or in this time frame?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. And so you heard that some people complained at ESD, Alfonso David did an investigation, then she said she wanted to leave, and then she tried to come back. And Alfonso David said no.
If I could just be clear, I don't know that Alfonso did an investigation. I'm not clear on the particular details. I know
Right.
that it's my understanding that he spoke with Lindsay.
Right. So you had no personal knowledge of any of that. You're just hearing it from.
Yeah, I don't believe I knew those details at the time as it happened.
Okay. And then at some point, did Lindsay Boylan reach out to you to connect with the governor, or is it just that email you mentioned?
That email is what I recall. I don't recall speaking to her about it.
So that email, was that right after she left?
To the best of my recollection, it was either right before or right after.
Okay. And so you remember giving that to Alfonso David. You believe you mentioned it to the governor, or you spoke to the governor about it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then what else do you remember?
I believe I also shared it with Linda Lacewell and Melissa. And I think my recollection is that was prior to relaying it to the governor. And so in relaying it to the governor, I remember saying that, I don't know if I said specifically Melissa or Linda, or whether I said, you know, the opinion is that you shouldn't call her, but that I had delivered to him the context of the email.
I see. Do you believe you gave copies of the email to Linda Lacewell as well?
I don't remember.
And Melissa?
I don't remember specifically giving them a hard copy or sending it to them.
Okay, so you told the governor that you shouldn't call her back, or you shouldn't reach out to her.
Yeah, I don't remember if I said, we don't think you should call her back, or specifically if Linda, Alfonso, Melissa, or some combination of suggest that he not call her back or not answer her request for a call.
And what did he say?
I don't remember him saying anything. There are times when he just listens to me or doesn't and moves on.
And do you know, other than that email, to your knowledge, did Lindsay Boylan try to reach out to the governor in any other way?
I don't know.
Okay. You're not aware of any phone calls or emails or texts directly to the governor or anything like that?
I'm not aware if she tried to reach him directly at that point.
So you never received a call? You never picked up or had someone pick up a call saying it's Lindsay Boylan?
I don't recall that.
And then so after that, what discussions, if any, did you have with people in the executive chamber about Lindsey Boylan?
After that, you mean immediately after, or?
Yeah, or at any time after. When's the next time you remember Lindsey Boylan, anything relating to Lindsey Boylan after she left, after that email?
After she left, I generally remember conversations about her Twitter activity. There was a period of time after she left where she continued to be very supportive and complimentary of the governor in the office. And from there, she then started tweeting about what I recall generally being a toxic work environment. Specifically, I remember seeing a tweet that said something to the effect of, it was impossible to be a parent and work in the chamber. I specifically remember Jim Malatras tweeting back at her, I think, or maybe he sent a standalone tweet, sort of refuting that. He's saying that it wasn't the case, paraphrase. And then I remember the toxic work environment tweets, or the specific tweet I remember, sort of evolving into what I recall as hinting at sexual harassment, and then maybe more directly claiming sexual harassment in the tweets. Although I don't remember specific tweets on that one.
Okay. So
Sorry.
before she starts talking about toxic environment and being difficult, being a mother of children in the executive chamber, how do you come to know about whatever Twitter activity she's involved in? Who brings it to your attention?
Well, I'm on Twitter, so I
see.
had seen the tweets. You know, I recall a general discussion in the office when her very positive tweets started to change, but I think I'd become aware of it because I saw her tweet.
And you follow on Twitter? Did you follow Lindsey Boylan?
I did follow Lindsey. Yes, she has blocked me since.
And when you saw these tweets and discussed them with others in the executive chamber, did you convey the substance of the tweets or the substance of the conversations to the governor?
I don't remember personally speaking to him about it.
And so if you look at tab 25, this is February of 2019. These sort of, there's a group text chain, and Jim Malatras says, guess who said this? My governor is a white man, my mayor is a white man, my council speaker is a white man. And I think it's a reference to something that Lindsey Boylan tweeted. And then you respond 3 or 4 pages later. All you have to do is send an email or sign a petition. What did you mean by that?
I don't know what I meant by that. Doesn't sound like me.
Okay. And then if you go to the next tab, 26, this one is just an attachment that has a sort of a redacted email chain from Melissa DeRosa to you and others. Can you read that and see what that was about, if you remember what that's about?
Are you saying that the 11:27 email is from Melissa?
Uh,
11:27 a.m.
so which tab are you on right now?
26.
Yeah, so my 26 is from Melissa at 6:17 p.m.
I have a different 26, I think.
Yeah, ours timestamp is 4/20/19,
Oh.
6/17/34.
And Mr. Kim, it looks like we have tab 26 and then picks up at tab 31.
Oh, that's interesting. Why don't we post, Charlotte, why don't we just put up 26 then?
June, do you mind sharing the dates for what you have? I think also have Ms.
Oh, yeah?
Benton's tab 26.
JD-NYAG 4577.
I believe we're on the same. Oh, you know what it is? You're looking at the same exhibit, the both of you. Ms. Benton is looking at.
Oh,
page
okay,
2.
you're right. Okay, so you're looking at the attachment. Sorry, I was looking at. So we're on the same page. The 11:31 a.m. We don't know who that is. It came. I think the attachment itself had this black mark on it. If you look at the first page of this document in very small font, it says Melissa DeRosa sending it to a bunch of you.
Okay,
You see that?
yes. So but just to be clear, are we talking about where it says I was disappointed to read?
Yeah.
Okay,
If you want to read that email and if you see if you know what that's a reference to, and
I don't know what it's about other than I'm aware she, I believe, ran a primary race against Congressman Nadler.
okay, so you knew that, but you don't know what this specific email is about and why Melissa DeRosa was sending it to you all.
I don't know.
Okay. If you look at tab 31 now.
Okay.
And this one has, there's another either email or text chain where they attach a screenshot of Lindsay Boylan's tweet where she talks about I was the only mother of young children and senior staff.
Yes.
This is what you were referring to about some of her tweets about being a mother.
Yes, that's the piece of the conversation I remember Jim Malachis replying.
And who's
was in the chamber for a period of time. I think he worked on policy. he may have been in the chamber when Jim Malatras was Director of State Operations, and I believe he's now with Malatras at SUNY.
Okay, got it. And then if you can go to the next tab, tab 32. There's a continuation or more text among people, including you. There's a picture of Mel Gibson, Braveheart. Jim Malatras says she's so changed what her tweet said. I'm going to retweet without comment to drive her nuts. You respond maybe 4 or 5 pages in, come at me. She asked for it. What did you mean by that? She asked for it.
Can I give you what I would classify as my interpretation of it?
Yes, please.
I think that that's commentary on the tweet about the work environment for parents. And I think that that's what all of this is in response to. And that the people who in fact were parents of young children were offended that she was characterizing the work environment this way. So I think, quote, come at me is to Jim, who had tweeted his response to her, you know, like, quote, Jim is saying this. She asked for it as just, she made a claim about a work environment for parents of young children that clearly we did not agree with.
Okay. And then if you can go to tab 34. Melissa DeRosa sends a link to a New York Daily News article about her run, her primary challenge of Jerry Nadler. And you say about 4 or 5 pages in, 4707, when do we release the nuclear file? I'm ready to testify. What did you mean by the, what were you referring to, the nuclear crazy file?
I assume whatever the file was Alfonso had referenced to me.
I see the file relating to the people at ESD that complained about her. And
I don't know what all is contained within the file. I don't know at this point, but at the time I knew it just to be a file.
so at this point in time, you knew there was some documents relating to what Alfonso David looked into.
Yeah,
That's what you're referring to.
I believe so.
And were there discussions about that file among any of these people or among anyone? And about potentially releasing them? This is in July of 2019.
I can't recall exactly what the discussions were in July 2019. I don't remember there being. I think this is sort of a dramatic, you know, addition to a conversation about people being upset with her characterization of the office.
Mm-hmm. So just to put it in the context of time, it's December 2020 when she releases sort of the series of tweets about including sexual harassment, etc. This is at least a year and almost a half before So in that period or at any point before December of last year, do you remember discussions about releasing that file?
I do not.
Okay, not other than seeing this text exchange.
Yeah, it seems like I was the only one who made such a suggestion, which is kind of an absurdity.
Although Jim Malatras liked it. So you don't seem to be the only one. If you go to tab 55,
June, I'm gonna give you like the 5-minute warning now.
okay.
Okay.
And Melissa DeRosa says, which one, this is now November of 20, which one is responsible for sending us this? And links another tweet from Lindsay Boylan. Do you know what she's asking? Or do you remember this question?
I don't remember this.
It's not like Lindsay Boylan was sent to the executive chamber by anyone, right? She was at the ESD.
Yes, she came from ESD. I don't know if she was somewhere prior to that. I don't know her history.
I see. So you don't know if someone sent Lindsay Boylan to ESD.
I don't know that.
Okay. And then if you go a few pages down, there's Melissa DeRosa says, if it turns out to be equally as, I will actually hunt you down. And do you know who the reference to?
I think that in the press office for a period, or maybe maybe worked on speech writing, which is also a press office function. So I think that's who this is talking about. I don't remember her last name.
Did Stephanie's audio get a little muffled? Is anybody else hearing that?
It's a little muffled, although not terrible. Maybe if there's,
Maybe I'll scoot closer.
yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't remember last name, but you remember like, and it was, but in the press office.
That's my recollection.
Okay, and were there issues with her?
Not that I recall. My recollection is that she came for a period of time, ended up wanting to leave, I believe, to work on a campaign. I don't remember any issues.
Okay, so you don't know why we're asking whether it turns out to be asked.
I don't.
Okay. Why don't we break there? Greg, give you a couple minutes to get court. Should we just say 2:30, just in case?
That's a good idea, but I can duck back in if it goes faster than that. I'm happy to start earlier. I don't want you to have to take the full half hour unless you want.
Why don't you shoot an email if you get done earlier? I might step out and pop into one other thing. So, but if I see your email, I'll come back.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Off the record at 1:55, this marks the end of media unit number 4. Thank you. We are back on the record at 2:33. This marks the beginning of media unit number 5. Thank you.
When do you remember first learning about Lindsay Boylan's tweets that more explicitly alleged sexual harassment?
I don't remember whether I had learned about them or whether I had seen them.
Got it. Because you were still following her at this time.
Yeah, I don't believe I had been blocked yet. I don't know exactly when that happened.
Okay. So if you can look at tab 142. And these are some tweets from December 5th. First tweets, most toxic team environment working for at NY Gov Cuomo.
I do.
You see that? And then if you go to the next page, December 8th, actually two more pages after that. December 13, Lindsay Boylan writes, yes, at NY Gov Cuomo sexually harassed me for years. Many saw it and watched. You see that?
I don't. Where's that?
It's the third page of this exhibit. December 13, 2020.
I do see it. I do.
You see it? Okay. So at this time, you're seeing these tweets sort of live in the sense that if you're on Twitter, you're following.
Yeah,
so
I
you see it.
vaguely remember this. I guess thread is what you call it. Yeah, it says thread right there.
And what did you do when you saw this thread?
I don't know that I did anything. I think,
Did you speak to
I'm
people
sorry?
about it? Did you speak to people about it?
I don't remember specifically.
How about the governor?
I don't remember talking to the governor about it.
And are you generally with the governor on most weekdays, sort of all day, either whether it's in New York City or Albany, sort of right outside his office?
Not really. Well, not
And-
right outside his office in Albany. Right outside his office in New York City. In Albany, there's a conference room that separates us.
Okay, but you're near him, constantly interacting with him.
Generally, yes.
Okay. And so, although you don't have sounds like you don't have a specific recollection, but if you saw something like this, is this the type of thing you would go tell him?
It's not generally the type of thing I would tell him. It'd be more likely to come from a press person or, you know, likely Melissa.
I see. Do you remember whether a press person or Melissa went to the governor to tell him about these tweets?
I don't know if they did.
Is the governor someone who, fair to say, doesn't like surprises?
Well, I suppose it depends on the type of surprise, but no, he usually is, you know, a pretty careful planner, if that's what you mean.
Right, or would want to know things about things that might affect him or about him
Yes, certainly.
from the people around him.
Yes.
So is this the type of thing you would expect, the fact that Lindsay Boylan, former executive chamber staffer, is saying she was sexually harassed? Assume that's the type of thing people, staffers would want to inform him about.
Yes, I expect so.
And then when this is, at any point while these tweets are going on, and you see if you go back December 5th, she doesn't quite say sexual harassment, but 5th is toxic team environment. There's also tweets about, I tried to quit 3 times before it stuck. I'm on the first page of this.
Yes.
Environment is beyond toxic. I'm still unwrapping it years later in therapy. When these tweets are coming out, are there any discussions about how to respond?
I don't recall conversations I was involved in about how to respond at that time.
How about text exchanges or email exchanges about how to respond?
I don't remember, possibly.
Any discussions? And when I say discussions, I mean just shorthand, either actual talking or texts or any communications. At that time, let me stop there. Any communications about how to respond?
I don't recall specific communications.
How about any communications about whether to release the files, Alfonso David files?
June, you're talking you're talking about up to the sexual harassment part, or just about the toxic work environment? I just want to try to
Yeah,
get.
at any point, we saw the text, which was some time ago, where there was a reference to nuclear crazy file or crazy. And then I don't think you've testified. You don't remember any other conversations about that file. So I'm sort of now coming to this period in time, which is December of last year. Do you remember any discussions, either in person, phone, text, or otherwise, about releasing those files?
I don't remember a specific conversation about releasing files.
Were you aware at some point of others doing it, like whether the discussions or not? Did you become aware that others, in fact, did send out copies of those files?
No, I still don't know that people sent out copies of files. I know that there was a news report that included what I believe are relevant portions of her files.
Mm-hmm. But you were never made aware of who sent it, how it was disseminated, or anything like that?
I was not.
Okay. You weren't there physically when people were, or someone was sort of getting the file, whiting out some names, redacting. That's not something you observed or heard about?
I did not observe that.
Any discussions that you were part of about whether or not it's appropriate to send out that file?
Not that I can recall.
Any discussions you were part of about whether that file may be confidential?
Not that I recall.
Any discussions about whether that file or the substance of it is attorney-client privilege because it's Alfonso David file?
Not that I remember participating in or hearing.
How about whether sending out those files might be considered retaliation for raising a sexual harassment allegation?
Again, not that I remember participating in or hearing.
Okay. So from your perspective, at the time, you're not involved in, don't see or aware that the file is going out, sent out to anyone?
Correct.
At some point later, you learn from news articles that some part of it may have been. Is that a fair?
That's my vague recollection from the article.
Okay, but no, you learn about it from the article, not from any discussions or other sources of information within the executive chamber.
Yes, I don't know what the discussions were. And as again, I would say to you, I still don't know how.
You still don't know what was sent out and
what was sent, what was received.
Okay. So you still don't know other than what you've read in the newspapers.
On this conversation about the personnel file, yes.
Okay. Now, how about, were there any discussions about, after Lindsey Boylan's tweets about including sexual harassment, any discussions that you were part of about drafting a letter or an op-ed that some former executive chambers employees could issue?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I don't know how the conversation began, but at some point the governor gave me a handwritten draft of what could be an op-ed, which I typed for him. I recall giving back to him. I recall sending to Melissa. I recall sending to attorneys, I believe Linda Lacewell, I believe Judy Mogul. As far as conversations around the letter, my recollection is that there were conversations about people who could potentially sign a letter, should a letter be sent. Sent to whom, I don't know.
So you remember the governor giving you a handwritten document for you to type up?
I do.
Okay. And any discussions with him before that about what it is, what was intended to do, or?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And where were you when he gave you that document to type?
In my office in Albany, in the Capitol.
So he was in the Capitol too, and you were?
Yes, that's my recollection.
So he handed you and you typed it up, gave it back to him. He marked it up, gave it back to you. And
I don't even recall if he marked it up a second time. He may have. My recollection is that he asked me to send it to Melissa.
Okay. And you sent it to Melissa, and you remember sending it to Linda Lacewell as well?
I believe so. Linda and or Judy is my recollection.
Okay. If you can look at tab 58. And this looks like the bottom part is an email from your email account, your Gmail, to Linda Lacewell. And it's just the text of what appears to be a letter of that type.
Yes.
Does this look to be at least a draft of that letter?
It does.
And why were you sending this from your personal email?
I'm not sure.
And so is this something that sort of you would commonly do? Just take some, if the governor said send it to someone, you would just paste it into an email and send it to that person?
Yes, that can be a way that I send something.
And it says subject is last. Were there earlier versions to your knowledge?
There may have been. I don't recall the back and forth on it. If there were more, there may have been.
And do you know where the governor got the information to put in the substance of the letter?
I do not know.
So because there are things about, there's obviously a lot in the letter, but things about 6 women made official complaints against Ms. Boyland, official complaints stating Ms. Boyland was rude, treats them like children, etc. And then there's other things in this letter. Do you have any knowledge of where he got the information?
I don't know.
And as you were typing it up, was there anything in there that you recognized as something that you had personal knowledge about?
Well, I had knowledge of Alfonso's involvement. I knew that Kathy Calhoun had been involved in some way. I don't know what the Danny Lever piece is. Oh, that I may know what the Danny Lever piece is.
And what's that?
I don't know if the timing makes sense on this, but I know at some point Lindsay sent Danny Lever a text message that I think said something about coming for her or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Or or my memory is long or something like that. I know that because Danny told me. I don't know if that's what this reference is.
Okay.
I don't know about 6 women.
Just go through and tell them what you remember. We'll get it.
Okay. I had heard that Lindsay had said on, I believe, more than one occasion that she was going to quit. And I recall that maybe that had gone back for a period of time. I don't know how long.
You heard that Lindsay Boylan had said on a number of occasions that she might quit.
Yeah, and my recollection tells me that at some point she sent like a chamber-wide email saying that she was leaving. And I believe she then either retracted the email or just didn't actually leave. My timing on that is not clear.
But it's obviously sometime before the time she actually left. Sometime before that, she
Yeah.
had threatened to leave or said she would leave, but didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have something that has popped up here on the screen.
Oh. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kim. It was a distraction, and I would ask you to repeat.
Yeah, I was just saying, so you recall at least one occasion when she said she was going to quit, but then didn't quit.
I do recall that.
Okay. How many times do you think she did that?
I think I recall one time. I don't know that I recall another time.
Okay. So that's at least one time before she actually did leave.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And if you can actually keep reading this letter, see if there's other parts that you had personal knowledge about, any personal knowledge about.
As far as I know, she had, in this second to last paragraph on the second page, as far as I know, she had never mentioned anything negative about the governor's interaction.
Mm-hmm.
What about the paragraph before that?
Actually, before we get there, you see
Yeah.
in the middle of the second page, Ms. Boylan claims the governor made comments about her looks. That's not something you remember, the governor making comments about her looks?
I don't remember that.
Okay. How about the second sentence? Ironic, given that Ms. Boylan referred to the governor as handsome. Is that something you had heard her say?
It's not something I had heard her say. This is familiar to me because Melissa had told me that she thought she had glimpsed on the governor's BlackBerry a message from Lindsay that described him as handsome or addressed him as handsome.
I see. So Melissa said to you that she saw on the governor's BlackBerry a pin, presumably, from Lindsay Boylan that either called him handsome or referred to him as handsome.
Yes.
Okay. Any other instances where Lindsay Boylan may have referred to him as handsome?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe this line that says told staff that she loved the governor is in reference to the email that she sent me.
I see. And this email, is this around the time you were looking for it? As the governor was drafting this letter?
It may have been around the time of this letter. It may have been earlier when the tweet started. I don't remember.
I see. Okay. And the letter goes on to describe Ms. Boylan's behavior as unprofessional and inappropriate. Was it your view that Ms. Boylan referring to the governor as handsome was inappropriate?
I didn't see the pin. I'm not aware of the context of the conversation. It's hard for me to say that it was appropriate or not. It was
Have
really,
you heard?
I'm sorry.
Have you heard the governor refer to people and staffers as beautiful?
I don't recall him saying beautiful.
How about Bella and Italian?
Yes.
Okay, who has he used that word to describe?
I don't know specifically, a number of people.
Mm-hmm. Did you find that to be inappropriate?
I did not. For him, it's more of a greeting or a goodbye.
Other than the use of the word Bella, have you heard him describe anyone as beautiful or handsome or lovely?
I have heard him use the word lovely. He uses lovely actually with me to describe, this sounds boastful, I don't mean it to, my personality. It's not a physical use. I don't recall him saying beautiful, although to your point, Bella, which is not what I was thinking, because that seems to me simply to be a greeting. You know, he will often say to people, male and female, you look nice.
Mm-hmm. Has he commented on your physical appearance?
He has told me I look nice.
On what occasions?
You know, no occasion in particular that I can recall.
This letter goes on to say that Ms. Boylan has sat on coworkers' laps and kissed them in public in the presence of other coworkers. Is that something you had seen Ms. Boylan do?
It's not something I had seen.
Had you heard of?
I had heard
this?
Yes, I had heard rumors about that.
What had you heard?
I had heard that she then reached out to the other coworker the next day and had apologized.
Who was that coworker?
The coworker that she apologized to? I don't recall. I believe the coworker that I had heard she apologized to was, but I have no firsthand knowledge of this.
How did you hear that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Have you ever seen anyone sitting on the governor's lap?
I don't recall seeing anyone sit on the governor's lap.
Have you heard of anyone sitting on the governor's lap?
I likewise heard a rumor about that.
What did you hear?
That had sat on his lap at a Super Bowl gathering.
Mm-hmm. Were you there at the Super Bowl gathering?
I was not there.
Okay, but you heard afterwards.
Yes.
Okay. Who'd you hear that from?
Um, it's possible more than one person, but I believe Melissa told me that she had heard it in the relaying of a rumor, because I don't believe Melissa was there either.
And did you talk to about it?
I don't recall talking to her about it.
Okay. Is that the type of thing, if you'd heard it, that you would deliberately not talk to her about, or is that the type of thing that, since in your role is that you have, that something you'd want to know, whether had been sitting on his lap?
I think, no, I wouldn't say that I deliberately did not talk to her. But I don't recall talking to her about it. It just seemed to me to be sort of a silly rumor. So didn't strike me at the time as something to, sort of track down.
Did you talk to the governor about it?
I did not.
Okay.
Not that I recall.
Are you aware of the governor ever kissing? We'll start on the cheek.
Sure. Yes.
Have you seen that?
I'm sure I have.
Okay. How about on the lips and the mouth?
No, not that I recall.
You haven't heard that?
No, I haven't even heard that one.
Okay. Have you ever sat on the governor's lap?
There was a time that I sat on the governor's lap.
When was that?
It was on, there was what we called a cabinet retreat on a boat on the Hudson River that included all of the agency heads and other members of the administration, and ended with a reception and a cruise around the harbor in the city.
And what happened? How is it that you sat on his lap?
The senior staff, after the cabinet members got off the boat, stayed on and did a little bit of a tour around the harbor. We had a good time. We had some cocktails. We played music. We danced. And in sort of a silly moment, I sat on his lap for a moment.
Mm-hmm. How long did you sit on his lap?
I don't think more than a few seconds.
And is it something that you did, or did he pull you onto your lap?
No, he did not pull me. He did not pull me.
Any other instances where you sat on the governor's lap?
No, not that I recall.
Has the governor ever kissed you?
He has.
On the cheek?
Yes, on the cheek, on the forehead.
Okay. How about on the lips?
No.
So he's kissed you in what context would he kiss you on the forehead?
In a specific context, or like the emotion of the moment?
In any context that he kissed
the kiss on the forehead, I think, is sort of like a parental kiss, like a comforting, like family oriented kiss.
Mm-hmm. And in what context? And do you remember what you were talking? Do you remember what you were talking about, or why he would kiss you on the forehead?
No, I don't remember that we were specifically talking about anything. I don't remember a specific incident, but I know that it's happened.
And how did you feel about that?
Well, without remembering a specific incident, I can say to you pretty confidently that I felt either comforted or the sort of parental affection with which he does that kind of thing, as far as I'm concerned.
So as far as you're concerned, that you were not made uncomfortable by the kiss on the forehead
No,
or any of the kisses on the cheek,
no,
but he has never kissed you on the lips or mouth.
no.
Has he given you hugs?
He has.
In what context and what occasions?
He last hugged me last Wednesday when I told him that I clearly remember him saying, "Honey, it's going to be fine," and giving me a hug. Those are obvious, specific things that stick out in my head because they're emotional moments. But that's the kind of other than a greeting, hello or goodbye. Those are the types of situations where he's expressive like that with me.
Mm-hmm. Other than those hugs and the kisses on the cheek and the forehead, has the governor ever touched you in any other way or any other place?
I'm sure he has.
Mm-hmm. In what way? Has he held your hand?
I don't specifically remember hand holding.
What other touching?
Well, like for example, we have shot the basketball together before, played a little basketball, so there may have been touching there. But I can't recall like another particular touching incident.
Did he ever touch your butt?
No.
Did he ever sort of slap your butt?
No.
While you were playing basketball? Or
no.
Have you had any intimate or romantic relationship with the governor?
No.
Other than, yeah, go ahead.
I would describe sort of the family relationship I have with him, I suppose, as intimate. It's close, but not intimate like sexual.
Yeah, you have not had a sexual relationship with the governor.
No.
And when you say family intimate, what do you mean?
I mean that we have become very close over many, many years. We've, by the nature of the job, which is intense and long hours and together a lot, I've become close to his family. He has become very concerned and cares about the well-being of my parents. Wrote his father's eulogy with him. I had to pull him out of a leaders meeting when he had a very serious situation with and he just listened. So there's a mutual sort of family investment, I would say.
Has other than my asking you today, has anyone else asked you whether you've had a romantic or relationship with the governor?
Other than things you've talked about with lawyers.
Yeah, other than with your counsel.
I don't think anyone has directly asked me. I'm aware that there are rumors about that.
Yeah, how have you become aware that there are rumors about that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how rumors start or work, but I don't know.
But did anyone actually ever ask you directly?
I don't remember anyone asking me directly.
Have you heard rumors about and the governor?
Yeah, the same kind of rumors.
Okay. And have you seen any interactions between the governor and that might suggest anything more than a professional relationship?
I have not.
Have you spoke?
If I could back up.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for the governor, but my guess would be that would describe her relationship with him and his family similarly to the way I described it to you from my perspective on my behalf.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you ever asked whether she's had a sexual relationship with the governor?
I don't believe I have.
Have you ever seen the governor putting his head on lap?
Not that I recall.
Okay. On a couch in the office. You don't remember ever being there with the governor with his head on lap?
I don't remember that.
How about anything like that?
I've seen him laying on the couch, which he often does, working. I've seen him lay with his head on his. I have a recollection of him laying on a couch with his head on lap. Other than that, I don't recall another person.
Mm-hmm. And what was the occasion you saw him laying down with his head in lap?
The occasion meaning when or?
Yeah, when?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. How about, what do you remember about that?
I remember that he was laying on the couch again, which he often does, and sitting on the couch as well. He was working. She was probably having a conversation with him as communications director, and that he was sort of resting his head on her lap, on her leg, her lap.
So she's on a couch in his office?
I don't recall specifically which office, but no, I don't think his office. I don't even know that he has a couch like that in his office.
So whose office would it be?
It could be this.
Do you remember whose office it was? Or are you speculating?
I'm speculating. I don't remember specifically.
Whose office has a couch?
Mine does. I don't know who further down the hall has a couch at this point.
And how long was, on that occasion, how long was the governor's head in lap?
I don't know.
So he was working from that position, basically.
That's the best of my recollection. I don't know how long I had popped in or out of the office is what I suspect I had done.
Have you ever seen the governor kiss?
I'm sure I have.
Okay, on the cheeks?
Yes.
How about on the lips?
No.
Have you ever seen him kiss anyone on the lips?
Other than Sandra, who's his longtime partner, and I don't believe I have.
Anyone else you've seen him?
Maybe his brother too.
Okay. Anyone else you've seen him sort of put his head on their lap?
Not that I can recall.
How about like massaging shoulders or giving massages?
I don't recall massaging.
Has he ever massaged your shoulder?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever seen him massage my shoulder
Not that I remember.
or her doing that to him?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember ever anyone walking in to the office when the governor had his head in someone's lap on the couch?
What you mean as I just described myself doing?
Yeah, so you walked in when it was going with wait, did you think that was odd or in any way?
No, it seemed familiar to me, and very sort of cuddly person. It didn't strike me as particularly odd.
But he's never done that to you,
I
to
don't
lie
rec-
down in your lap.
I don't recall that.
But it sounds like if he did, you wouldn't find that particularly odd or uncomfortable?
Well, not having remember it happening, I'm assuming how I would feel about it, and I don't think I would be uncomfortable with it.
And so going back to the question of, do you remember anyone walking in to an office where you already are, where the governor had his head on someone's lap, staffer's lap?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Any other instances you remember of the governor and any staffer sort of acting in or coming into contact physically with someone in that way or any other way?
I don't remember in that way specifically. I could tell you a million people who he has hugged and kissed on the cheek.
The hugging and kissing on the cheek happens often with a lot of people.
Yes.
Staffers, otherwise, public.
Exactly.
Okay. Kissing on the lips, you have not seen other than Sandra Lee.
I don't believe so. And Sandra Lee and the rest of the
And the actual.
I actually think his move is to grab his cheeks and pull him in for a pretty good kiss.
You've seen him do that.
Yes.
But you actually haven't seen him do that on the lips with anyone other than Sandra Lee.
Yes, that's what I can recall.
Okay. And then head on the lap, and you don't remember any others.
No, aside from his.
Have you ever seen him and touch anyone in the butt?
Not that I recall.
All right, sorry. So we went on this a little bit of a tangent, but it does cut down the overall. It was later in my outline, so Greg, don't worry, didn't belong in. But we were in the letter. So anything else so we paused at the handsome paragraph. And if you want to just read the rest, see if there's anything else in there that you had any personal knowledge of.
Well, so we're about up to where I had skipped ahead before. She never mentioned anything negative about the governor's interaction. That's my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The rest of that paragraph I am not helpful on. I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
Looks like the next is an extension of her campaign. I don't know about that. This is the email that I mentioned, or I'm sorry, the text message I mentioned that Danny had mentioned to me. Life is long and so is my memory.
Mm-hmm. That's something Danny had mentioned to you.
She had.
Yeah. Had you seen it?
I don't remember her showing me the text of it. I recall her perhaps reading it to me, it had freaked her out at the time, is my recollection.
Okay.
I don't know if freaked her out is a proper legal term for this proceeding, but you get my.
Yeah, no, it does not need to be legal terms.
Okay.
Non-legal terms are better.
And I think the rest is just sort of a general wrap up.
Okay.
Yes, and I did know about the tweets. So proud of my boss and all of Team Cuomo. I think I knew about those tweets as she was tweeting.
Okay. All right. So just to follow up on the earlier line of questions, do you remember ever walking in to an office when the governor was on the couch with or anyone?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you ever hear or talk to anyone about learning that saying or had seen saying she had seen something?
My understanding is that it had gotten back to had said a variety of things about things that she believed she had seen. So I don't recall specifically whether it was that he had his head in her lap. I thought she had said at some point, I thought that had told me she heard that perhaps saw them kissing, but not something that I ever saw or had any knowledge of.
And you heard this from
Yeah, it had gotten back to me, and I'm not quite sure how.
And so other than this letter that we just read, typing it and then sharing it with Melissa DeRosa, looks like Linda Lacewell and others, did you do anything with it?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you were you involved in any way in reaching out to people to see if they would sign into this letter?
I had called a couple of people, is my recollection. I think I reached out to, I know I reached out to who at the time was a at the time and still former staff member. And I believe I talked to Annabelle Walsh and Danny Lever about it.
And what did you say when you reached out to them?
That there was the possibility of sending out a letter supportive of the governor, and would you be willing to sign it? I did not, as I recall, I didn't even read the letter to any of the three of them, and I remember saying generally a supportive letter.
And what did they say?
I recall without hesitation saying yes. Danny and Annabelle, well, let's take one at a time. Annabelle, I recall wanting to be helpful. I think she was one who had said she didn't think the letter was generally a good idea, but that she wanted to be helpful, supported the governor, and would have to inquire with her company. She was also at that time a former staff member, would have to get sign off from her company to sign the letter. I don't recall whether Danny expressed any reservations about the letter. I recall her as well wanting to be supportive, but also was then newly with a private company and said that she would have to get her legal department to sign off on it.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else you reached out to?
I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Okay. So if you can turn to tab 61. And this is Annabelle Walsh sends to you, or forwards to you an email exchange she's had with Melissa DeRosa, which includes a draft of the letter. See that?
I do. I do.
And she says in her letter, I don't do this, but I get it. Don't do this, but I get it. Let this story die. Why give her this insanely amazing platform? And then it says, do the Tom Brokaw letter if you have to do anything. Do you remember those comments from her?
Generally, I now more specifically, but I think this describes what I just recalled to you essentially, which is that she didn't, she didn't think it was a great idea at the time.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I did not recall when I was talking to you just a moment ago about the Tom Brokaw piece, but now I recall that she had suggested that.
Mm-hmm. And what did you understand her to mean by the Tom Brokaw piece?
Well, just in reading it, I can tell you what I think she meant, which is that the Tom Brokaw piece was a much more just generally supportive, writ large message. And I think what she's saying here is not to get into the particulars of what Lindsay was saying.
And so it looks like Annabelle Walsh at least got a copy of the longer letter, right? From this email chain.
Yes, it appears so.
Okay, but do you remember sharing a version of the letter to Danny Lever?
I don't remember sharing with Danny Lever. And if I could point this out, it looks like Melissa sent it to her.
Yeah, but you separately remember talking to Annabelle Walsh?
I remember talking to Annabelle, yes.
And you see in her comments to the letter, if you look at the page 70 at the bottom, and at the lower half of the page, the middle of the paragraph, it says, "We are not here to castigate." And then I think she writes a comment, "This entire thing is castigating her." Do you see that?
I'm sorry, I actually don't yet.
Paragraph that
So-
starts, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a paragraph that starts "unfortunately."
Oh.
And then she writes in various comments, and one of them in the highlighting in the middle, fourth line, says, I think that "we are not here to castigate" is in the original letter. And then she writes, "This entire thing is castigating her." See that?
I do.
Do you remember her expressing that view, that the whole letter was sort of castigating Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember talking to her about the specifics that are in this letter. And I don't remember reading her comments in this letter either.
How about anyone else? Do you remember anyone else you spoke to who expressed concern that the letter was negative and castigating her?
Not specifically, those particular comments. I know Melissa didn't think the letter was a good idea because she said to me, "I don't think this is a good idea." And while understanding that Annabelle sent this to me, I don't remember ever reading her specific input here.
Melissa, sounds like DeRosa said she didn't think it was a good idea. What
She
did
said-
Lit? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, she said to me in passing, I think on her way to deliver that message to the governor, not long after I had sent her the letter.
I see. Who thought it was a good? Did anyone think it was a good idea?
I don't remember.
Did the governor?
I don't know what his thought process was on the letter.
Although I guess he drafted the original draft.
He drafted the letter. No, I don't know if that was a therapeutic exercise to get his thoughts on paper, which is often the case. But I don't know what his thought process was or evolution between drafting the letter and deciding that the letter wouldn't be sent.
And at some point, was there a plan put in place to try to reach out to as many as 50 people to get support for a letter? Do you remember that?
I don't think that was ever the intention for this letter. I think it was potentially like 2 or 3 people is my recollection.
Mm-hmm. Okay, can you turn to tab 64?
Hey, June, when it's convenient for a short break, let us know.
Okay, maybe like
As always, take your time.
maybe
Yeah.
like 10 minutes.
Take your time.
Are you at 64?
I am.
Yeah, so this is a text exchange that includes Alphonso David, Steve Cohn, and at some point, you as well. Actually, you on as well, I think throughout. If you look at the second page, you write, sorry, this part is not quite yet 50, but you write, who can help make these calls? Really hard for me while with him. Linda Lacewell writes, Fawn's about to call me, pending work also. Do you remember this, like an effort to get people to reach out to others?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, I don't remember a formal plan, but I vaguely remember that people called. And my recollection is that the goal was to get 2 or 3 people to sign on.
Okay. And do you remember when you say who can help make these calls really hard for me while with him? Who's the him a reference to here?
I believe that's the governor.
So you're with him during the day. It's hard for you to be making calls, basically.
Exactly.
Did he know that you and others were reaching out to gather support for others to sign on to this letter?
I'm sure he did. I don't remember talking to him about it.
If you look at the next page at the bottom, Linda Lacewell says, emailed you the top 50, let us know who you take. You know what that's a reference to?
I don't. Do we think that this is the same letter? Could this be in reference to something else?
It's about the same time frame. That's what I was sort of asking you whether. Why don't you look at the next tab that there's another email exchange, 65. And this is a longer email chain.
Yes.
And if you go to the first one in the chain, it's from you to Linda Lacewell and Alphonso David, December 18.
Oh, yes, yes.
Long list of people, and then you divide up person calling.
And directly below the long list of people, it looks to me like this is the 50 that you're seeing.
Yeah.
Reference to the 50 people. At
Yeah.
the bottom of that is a message in quotes that looks that I recall potentially, it's a very short, tight statement that doesn't reference Lindsay. But I think that was a separate conversation about getting a broader, diverse universe to sign on to.
So at some point, the earlier letter, the longer letter that the governor typed, it was for a smaller group of former executives. There's a few that are named in the letter. Then at some point, there's some outreach around that letter. And then there's talk of a shorter version statement of support. And that's the list of names that people are going to reach out to for that.
I recall those two different potential scenarios being discussed. I know the longer letter didn't go. I don't believe ultimately the shorter piece was sent either.
Okay. So if you look at on page at the bottom, it says 56.
Yep.
And you write to Linda, copying Melissa DeRosa. So this is progress. How do we get him 50 plus names? Would be great to keep his mind on this path, and would be real shot in the arm if we can get him names in AM. You see that?
I think this, I do.
Okay. What do you remember about this?
I think the keep him on this path means this message versus the letter.
This message being more just a short positive versus the letter having negative things about Lindsay Boyle.
Or even being specifically about Lindsay in any way is my take.
Okay. And when you say would be great to keep his mind on this path, was it to keep him away from the path of the longer letter?
No, I think what it says, which is this path. I don't know that there's a clear
right, but I mean
one versus the other.
Although it suggests that it would be great to keep his mind on this path. So there's an implication there that otherwise there's another path, or
I don't mean to sound however this may sound, but there's always another path.
right. But there was actually specifically a path being discussed and considered around that time, which had the longer letter.
Yes, that's true. And my recollection is that we very quickly veered off of that path.
And then the last email in this chain at the front is, I'm going to do a real list so we can track who is calling whom and their agreement to sign. Do you remember doing that, creating a list? And
I do.
And who did you reach out to about this effort? Sounds like for the other effort, you recall talking to Danny Lever and Annabelle Walsh.
I don't specifically remember. Obviously, this is a longer list.
And why don't we can go, actually, we'll go through some names and I'll ask you whether you reached out to them or not. But we can do that after a break if now's a good time for a short break.
Great,
Perfect.
thank you.
Off the record at 3:39. This marks the end of media unit number 5. Thank you. We are on the record at 3:52. This marks the beginning of media unit number 6.
So Ms. Benton, if you want to turn to tab 70. And you see this is an email from you to Annabelle Walsh and with some names, and it looks like assigning people for them to reach out to. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And by the way, do you know why you're sending this email from your Gmail as opposed to your office email?
I don't, except that it's who was Annabelle, who are both not chamber employees, is what I'm imagining was the case.
And so because they're not chamber employees, you may have thought maybe better to send from my personal, or?
Yeah, that's my guess on this one.
And so is this fair to say that this looks like sort of you're assigning different people to call others, correct? To get the letter, to get sign on to the letter?
No, my recollection of this is that it's a separate, it doesn't have anything to do with the letter. My recollection of this, and I don't believe it's me assigning, I think it's just sort of tracking. There came a point when we became aware because someone had reached out to us. And when I say us, I don't remember who, except I think Rich as a party had heard from someone who called and said either Lindsay or a lawyer representing Lindsay had called and asked about their experience in the office and whether they would be willing to participate in what it was that Lindsay was doing. Not clear on the details of what she was doing at that time.
And then, what is this?
I think that this was calling folks to make them aware that we had knowledge that Lindsay was reaching out to people in what was, I think, essentially an attempt to gather support for claims of whatever the claims were.
And how did you develop the list of people to reach out to?
I don't remember. I don't know that there was a formula to it. I think it was just former staff people.
Okay. Former staff people that you thought, or people thought may be reached out to by Lindsay.
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you and the others tell people once you reached them? What was the direction as to what to say to them?
I don't know that there was specific direction. I think just generally the purpose was to let people know that Lindsay was reaching out because we knew that she had. And so, you know, people would say, I don't remember anyone saying to me that Lindsay had reached out to them. I don't know if any of these people had said that.
Mm-hmm. And it says, for you have your name next to it.
Yes.
Did you reach out to him?
I don't specifically remember, but.
You don't remember?
I don't specifically remember talking to about whether Lindsay had reached out to him.
Who do you remember reaching out to about that?
I don't remember. I believe I spoke to again about that. But I don't specifically remember who I talked to on this particular piece.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember asking to record a call with Lindsay Boylan?
I remember having a conversation with and asking whether he was acquainted with Lindsay, whether he was friendly with her, and would be willing to give her a call if it made sense and to see, you know, where she was coming from, what she was thinking. I don't remember telling him to record. My recollection is him asking me if he could or should record.
And what did you say?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember consulting with anyone about whether or not to record?
I don't specifically remember, but it's entirely likely that I did. I don't remember.
You remember him asking whether to be there as a witness?
I do remember that. They are roommates.
And what do you remember about that?
About him asking if could.
Yes.
I didn't say that she couldn't. There was no reason that that she wouldn't. I mean, the purpose of the conversation was just to, in sort of a friendly way, see if could discern an understanding of where all of these things were coming from, given the change in messaging from her.
What do you mean by that change in messaging?
I mean, the previous pretty overwhelming positive, and we'll stick with tweets because it's what we know, evolving into toxic work and sexual harassment. I mean, nobody could really understand why at the time.
Did he ever send you the audio tape he made?
I don't remember if he did or not.
You don't remember if he did or not?
No.
Do you remember whether you, so I guess you won't remember whether you then gave it to someone. You don't remember getting it.
I don't remember that. I generally remember hearing a recording, but I don't remember possessing it.
So you remember hearing the call between and Lindsay?
I vaguely remember hearing it.
And what do you remember about that call?
My recollection, and I apologize for it not being specific, but my recollection is that she didn't have much to say and wasn't really very interested in talking to him.
Do you remember then deleting that recording?
I don't remember deleting it, but I don't specifically remember obtaining it. I don't know if he sent it to me.
You don't remember if he sent it to you?
I don't remember.
And so when you say you remember hearing it, you remember hearing it around that time, not recently?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember asking him who sat in that cubicle outside of the office and asking him about sort of some of the people?
I'm sorry, maybe I missed the first part. Do I remember him
asking about for other names of people who sat in the cubicle in New York City?
Not specifically. I may have.
And because that's something he would know, because he was in New York City, right?
He was in New York City and he staffed that cubicle for an extended period of time. Okay.
Do you know anyone else who taped conversations following the allegations of sexual harassment?
I do.
Yeah, what do you remember?
Who was, I don't know if you need background, in the press office, shared an office with Caitlin, has since left. She had a conversation with Caitlin that was recorded.
And how did that come about? Did someone ask her to record it?
I was not privy to those conversations. It's my understanding. I don't know whether she was asked to or whether she inquired about whether she should.
And so you're not the one who told her to record?
I'm not.
Okay. And you don't know who did?
To the best of my understanding, it was a conversation that Melissa had with her, and Melissa had it in consultation with Alfonso.
And were you a participant in those discussions?
Not in those discussions. That was relayed to me after.
So you learned it. And then did you hear the tape?
I remember hearing pieces of the tape.
Mm-hmm. And do you remember hearing whether was uncomfortable with having recorded it?
I don't remember hearing that.
You remember hearing whether she asked and whether it was okay that she had recorded it and whether it was legal?
I'm not aware that she asked those questions. It's my understanding that before the call occurred, she had a conversation with Melissa and Alfonso. So if that was a question she had, I feel like it would have been addressed before the call.
But you were not a party to those discussions either before or
No.
after the call.
I don't know what the conversation entailed.
Did you also reach out to Andrew Ball?
I did.
Okay. And what did you ask him?
My recollection on that is that I asked him to call a couple of people who had formerly worked on the governor's campaign, so not former chamber staff. And this goes back to the previous point before the phone calls and the recording, to let them know that Lindsay or someone on her behalf was reaching out to people and give them the heads up.
Mm-hmm. And who are those two people that you asked him to reach out to?
I can't remember their names off the top of my head. Oh, is one. Yes, thank you.
And did Andrew Ball want to reach out to them?
I don't remember him being opposed to it.
Okay. He didn't push back at all, to your recollection?
Not that I remember. On one of the women, I don't recall which one, he had called me and said she hasn't heard anything, but we had a wonderful time catching up. I hadn't spoken to her a while.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Who else did you reach out to?
I don't remember anyone else specifically. It doesn't mean I didn't, but I don't remember.
Did you reach out to or ask him to call anyone? See, there's names in here, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think I did ask, I'm sorry, to call those people. Oh, and this one, I spoke to who's a former employee and a good friend of mine who is engaged to another former employee. I remember speaking and saying, hey, has heard anything? He said, no. That's my recollection of the extent of that. And I don't recall. I did speak with and gave her the heads up, and I think I vaguely recall her saying that she would call these people. They were all people who I'm not really familiar with. I think they served in a briefing capacity at some point with.
Do you remember anyone reaching out to anyone who said, yes, I have been contacted by Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Do you remember reaching out to anyone who you asked to reach out to others who expressed discomfort or didn't want to do it?
No, I don't remember that.
Did you reach out to anyone? Do you know who is?
I do know who she is.
Who's that?
She also was a former briefer. I think she did a short stint in that cubicle as sort of a supplemental pitch hitter in the New York City office.
And why was she only there a short period of time?
I don't remember. I mean, that was never really her. She was a briefer. She helped out there a few times. And then I think ultimately she left to work on a campaign or for some sort of grassroots situation. I don't recall.
Mm-hmm.
But that was never really her role. She just helped out a few times, as I recall.
Did you have any particularly positive or negative interactions with her?
I don't remember either, really.
Okay. And in this outreach where you wanted to check in whether Lindsay had reached out to them, were there people that you decided you didn't want to reach out to for one reason or another? Or were you just trying to gather as many people as possible?
I don't remember specifically not wanting to reach out to anyone.
Okay. Were there any people that there was a discussion of where you thought, you know what, that they left in bad terms, like we either should check in or we shouldn't check in? Or was there any discussion about whether someone who left on good terms or bad terms affected whether or not to reach out to them?
I don't remember that.
So now moving to February of this year, you were aware that Lindsay Boylan then issued a Medium article that had more detail with specific allegations, right?
I am, yes.
Okay, and how did you first become aware of that article, the Medium article?
I don't remember who said it, but it was literally when it posted. Someone walked in and said, Lindsay just posted a Medium article about being sexually harassed. I don't remember who delivered that message, but it was in that much real time.
And where were you when this message was delivered?
I was at the governor's mansion.
And who else was there?
I believe Melissa was there. I think Steve Cohen was there. And I want to say another person, but I'm not positive that I'm thinking of the same instance.
Who was the other person you're thinking of?
Maggie Moran, but I don't know if I'm conflating that moment with another.
Okay. Was the governor there?
Yes.
And so what do you remember happening when someone said she just posted something?
I remember personally being shocked.
Shocked by the specific allegations?
Yes.
Because did someone read it out in everyone's presence?
I read some of it out loud. Yes, I did.
And what were you shocked about?
the claim that he had kissed her and she thought I saw it. The claim that he said he wanted to play strip poker on a plane full of numerous people. The claim that apparently she was summoned to the office and I showed her in and shut the door behind her. I mean, those specific claims are the ones that I remember right this moment that were just shocking to me.
Okay. And did the governor say anything about the allegations in the Medium piece?
I don't remember what he said specifically. I remember him also being surprised and a little outraged.
And what was he surprised about?
I think it's fair to say the same things that I just said to you that I was surprised about. You know, in my view, those three specific claims just don't really make sense. So there was shock in reading them.
Mm-hmm. And you said there was outrage too. How did the governor display his outrage?
Outrage is probably strong, but you know, I'm shocked and I think upset at being accused of things that didn't happen.
So did he specifically say he did not kiss Lindsey Boylan?
Yes, he has said that.
Did he specifically say he never said anything about strip poker on a plane?
Yes, he did.
Did he say he never gave a tour or never was in the office with Lindsey Boylan by herself?
No, he did not say that he never was in the office with her.
Or how about because I think the incident you're talking about, that she was called up, went into the office, and he gave her kind of a tour, right? That's the allegation, you remember?
Yes, that's the one where she references the humidor from President Clinton.
Correct.
Yes.
But is there a humidor from President Clinton?
Absolutely.
In that office?
There are more than one.
Okay. So also there's more than one sort of humidor or cigar box from President Clinton?
Yes.
So that part, it's not false, it's there. And he didn't deny that he ever maybe referenced that to her.
Correct. And just contextually, when people come into the office, new staff people who haven't been there or anyone from the outside or legislators, etc., he's very proud of his memorabilia from President Clinton, and he shows it to them. Mm-hmm. It was the cigar box was the first thing he showed my parents when they visited the office.
So that's not shocking that she said he showed her the cigar box.
No. The part about that particular claim that is shocking to me is that I would never have led someone into the office and shut the door behind them. That door is always open unless there's a meeting with legislators, a leaders meeting, a meeting that requires a conversation and no interruption from the outside.
So if you're there outside in Albany, you will never close that door when it's one-on-one or ever?
When it's one-on-one, there's no reason to, especially if, you know, that person is sitting in his office. That conference room door is closed. Really, meetings with a group of legislators or the leaders meetings, which happen around budget negotiations and the end of session, are really the specific instances that I can think of where that door is closed.
And other than that, you don't remember that door being closed?
Correct.
There are other allegations in the Medium piece, though it sounds like they're not false or incorrect. It may be that she interpreted it in ways that would be different than you, but the allegation that she received a rose or flower on Valentine's, that's correct, right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
The speaking of the cigar box, that's not unusual. It sounds like he says that to many visitors.
He does. He does.
The statement that he said she looks like Lisa Shields, also true.
Again, I don't specifically remember it, but I'm not saying it's not true. And obviously the text message is there.
Right. Okay. And so it's really the kiss and the strip poker comment and the closing of the door. Is that fair?
I don't remember if those are the entirety of the claims or not.
Okay. But those are the ones that come to mind in terms of the shock.
Yes.
Um,
She also claims that when he kissed her in the New York City office, I believe that she was afraid I had seen it happen. Which, unless he had gotten up from his desk and walked around to the other side of his desk, which is where visitors sit facing him, it couldn't have happened, and there would have been no way that I would have seen it if that had happened. I would have seen him get up and walk around the desk, number one, which I didn't see. And her claim that she was afraid I saw it would have been impossible unless she had gotten up and walked around to his side of the desk, which is what is in my frame of view.
I see. So from your desk, there's parts of the office you can see, parts of the office you can't.
Correct.
And so the way you at least read, she described it, where she says she would have been kissed, would not have been in your line of view. And so she wouldn't have to, it wouldn't be a reasonable concern to think that you saw it. Is that?
Yes, I agree with what you just said.
Okay. And then, but you also said you are in the line of view where he sits. So if he moved, if you were looking up, you would have seen him move.
Well, the way our desks are positioned, we essentially look at each other all day. So I certainly know when he gets up from his desk.
Are you looking all the time, like the entire time?
Back and forth, but I, can hear him, can sort of peripheral vision see him move from his.
You have a computer at your desk?
I do.
And where does that face?
He can see my computer screen over my back.
I see. So if you're on the computer, your back would be to his office?
Yes.
So if you were on the computer, you wouldn't be able to see into the office?
That's right. I wouldn't be staring at him, but it's very close proximity, so I can hear, see out of the corner of my eye, know that he's moving around.
Okay. Do you remember there being outreach from reporters to you about specific allegations that involve you?
I do.
Okay. And what do you remember about that?
The Ronan Farrow piece, I believe, was a question about the governor making fun of my haircut and making me cry. Do you want me to tick through each of them?
Yeah. Well, why don't we pause there and talk about what you remember about that allegation about the government making fun of your haircut and making you cry?
I don't recall that.
And was that something that you talked to the press office about responding to? Or?
I did.
Okay, what did you tell them?
my recollection is there were several of these, and I think my response to all of them was essentially the same, but I might be conflating. My conversation with the press office was that if they wanted me to say from my voice that didn't happen, I would be happy to do it. That, the best of my recollection, that particular inquiry was one where I wanted to say in the statement, if I had a complaint, I would something to the effect of speak for myself.
Had he ever commented on your hair?
I don't remember him commenting on my hair.
So you don't remember him making fun of your haircut.
I don't.
And had you ever cried in the presence of Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember crying with Lindsay.
Do you remember Ronan Farrow's piece also talked about a conversation you had with Lindsay Boylan about whether she had ever been in the pool in the mansion?
I do remember it being in the piece, yes.
Yeah. And what do you remember about that? Have you ever had a conversation, to your recollection, about the pool with Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember asking Lindsay if she had ever been in the pool.
You don't have a recollection of doing it?
I'm sorry.
You don't have a recollection of her ever asking her that?
Of Lindsay asking?
No, you asking whether she had ever been in the pool.
No, I don't have a recollection of asking whether she had been in the pool.
I guess I'm trying to distinguish a little bit, and maybe it's hard to do, between not remembering asking that or saying that and saying, I definitely didn't. It's not that I don't remember, I definitely didn't. And maybe that's just a distinction that's hard to draw.
I just don't remember saying it.
Okay. Can you look at tab 76? This is from Jimmy Vielkind from the Wall Street Journal.
Yep.
And he emails you about a couple of things. One is the kiss and then her walking by your desk. And the second is the Lisa Shields.
Yes.
And something like this, did you ever respond to Jimmy Vielkind? Or
I
did you, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Or do you sort of refer it to the press office and deal with through them?
Yes, refer it to the press office.
Have you ever had any direct communications with Jimmy Vielkind?
I think I've said hello to him in the hallway on occasion.
Mm-hmm. About any responses to any of the allegations relating to sexual harassment?
I don't believe so.
How about any reporters?
Aside from the statement to Ronan Farrow, I recall emailing a response to Jesse McKinley of the New York Times, which I think the press office had put that one together, and I emailed it. I don't even remember what his question was. Additionally, a producer, I believe, from one of the network news television shows, maybe a morning show, had called my cell phone number I didn't recognize, and I answered. And when she identified herself, I asked her to consult with the press office And I recall her saying, no, I want to talk to you off the record. We believe you're the sixth complainant, or we've heard that you're the sixth complainant.
And what did you say?
To the best of my recollection, I said, talk to the press office. And I think after that, she may have sent me a text message, essentially saying the same thing. We want to talk to you off the record. We think you're the sixth complainant. I forwarded that on to the press office.
And who was it that reached out to you to say that?
I don't recall a name.
Okay. Can you take a look at tab 78, which is an email exchange or text exchange between you and Melissa DeRosa? And Melissa actually links to Charlotte Bennett tweet or retweet. It says, for those wondering what it's like, or you send that. And then Melissa DeRosa appears to take a quote from somewhere and put it in there. She goes down later and says, this is as watered down as they will go. I can't stop it. Do you know what she's referring to here?
I don't remember what that is. And there doesn't seem to be anything here that provides any insight.
Do you remember at the top forwarding this screenshot of Charlotte Bennett tweet?
I don't specifically remember.
All right, if you can turn to, and then you see if you keep going, it looks like Melissa DeRosa is sending various pictures of the governor hugging and holding people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what this was about and why she was sending this to you?
Yeah, I think that a general reaction within the office was that, you know, the hugging and the kissing on the cheek and the holding, you know, people hands on cheeks was something that he just very naturally did with virtually everyone he met.
So this was a gathering of other pictures where he was doing that.
Yeah. And I believe this was after one of the women, it was the photo taken of him at a wedding where he is holding someone's face in his hands.
Gareth Rhodes writing.
Correct.
Sorry, what was that name?
Gareth Rhodes. Okay, can you take a look at tab 8080?
Yes.
And this one, it looks like Melissa DeRosa is sending you from her Gmail to your Gmail questions. Did you forcibly kiss Ms. Boylan? Did you touch her legs, arms, torso, et cetera, et cetera? Do you remember what this is about?
I believe that these are potential questions that were anticipated he might receive in Q&A after a briefing that he was doing.
Mm-hmm. And so what did you do with a list like this? Why is she sending it to you and to your Gmail?
I don't know why it's to my Gmail. Unless I was at the mansion at the time. She would have sent it to me to print for him.
And give to him.
Yes.
And you said if you were at the mansion, that might explain why Gmail. Why is that?
The purpose of that is the office that is in the mansion is on the OGS system. So when I go there and I have to print something for him there, I will send it to my Gmail because I can log into my Gmail. I can't log into the OGS system.
I see. So if you're at the mansion for you to print out, then you need to send it to your Gmail.
Right.
Okay. Can you look at tab 83? And
Yeah.
this is you forward, you send to Melissa DeRosa and Judy Mogul a draft, and there's a long list of, it looks to be a speech or statement. But it's written in first person from the governor. What's something like this? Well, let me ask you, what do you think this is?
It's a draft of, I believe it's a draft of a statement he was thinking about making in some forum. I don't know if it was at a press conference. I don't know if it was, like a standalone statement on the issue. I don't know. I don't know in what venue he would have delivered this.
Something like this, where you just send it to people and it's clearly in his voice. Is this something that you're either have dictated or he's written it out by hand and you've typed up or something like that, and that you're sending to people at his direction?
It could be either of those things, but yes.
Okay. And then if you go to 133, and then just trying to understand what some of these documents are and how it is like they're created.
Mm-hmm.
This one is an email. Similarly, it's a statement. Actually, it looks very similar to the one we just looked at. But then you write, you send it from your Gmail to your execny.gov email. What's the reason for doing that?
I don't know. I can assume, but I don't know.
Okay, what's your assumption?
My assumption is that he is working at the mansion and I am using my Gmail for the reasons described to you before, and that I then forwarded it to my chamber email to share it with chamber staff.
Got it. So that 134 is similar. So it sounds like you don't have a specific recollection, but one possible explanation is you're in the mansion, you don't have access to your execny.gov email, so you're working on your personal email, but you want to forward it to your exec email so that you can then forward it. And then how would you do it? Because you were, BlackBerry will work?
My BlackBerry will work. So to be clear, it's not that I don't have access to the chamber email, but I can't print.
I see.
So obviously here it looks like these are multiple drafts of the same thing, which would suggest that I am printing them for him so that he can revise them.
I see. It's from the mansion you can't print. You can access your email. You can't print from that. You can only access your BlackBerry. You
I
can't.
can access my email on my BlackBerry.
Okay, but not from a computer.
Correct.
Just wanted to show you a couple of the documents that I believe was pulled from your hard drive. So if you can look at 149 and 150.
We don't have that. Is that any other?
Oh yeah, yeah. You should open up the other one.
Let me open that. Hold on.
Thank you.
What did you say, 149 and 150?
Yeah. And we put on the cover page of this document sort of the document title. So 149, the document says LB dot. 150 is 2.2521.lb. And you can also look at the 151, 2.2821 group. So just wanted to get a sense of what are these documents? Do you recognize them, and what do you think they are?
I do. I think 149 is an outline that may have come before the longer document we just looked at, or it may be an outline for another version of that document that he continued to work on.
And something like this, the outline 149, how does something like this get drafted? How does it get drafted?
In the same way that a longer statement gets drafted. He may have given me bullet points written on a piece of paper. He may have verbally dictated.
I see. So either handwritten or dictated.
Yes.
And for these documents, other than, and maybe you can flip through these 50, 51 or more completely worded statements, beyond just taking down what he says to you or writes to you, do you have any knowledge or recollection of specific discussions you had with him about the substance?
I don't recall specific discussions with him on the substance.
So for example, where he says no in-app contact, which I presume means no inappropriate contact.
Which tab are you in?
149.
Yes.
No in-app contact, strip poker never happened, never said strip poker. Any discussions you recall having with him about those statements?
I don't recall having discussions about it.
And then, so if you look at 150, no inappropriate contact. The first line says, Fax never kissed her inappropriately. And do you like any discussions with him about whether he ever kissed her appropriately, or why some of these statements are changing slightly?
Not that I recall having with him.
And door open dash Stephanie. That's presumably a reference to the fact that you sit there and the door is open.
Yes, I believe so.
But other than seeing it here and presumably the typing it from notes or dictation, any specific discussions on that subject?
I don't recall having a discussion with him about it. In my mind, it's just understood. I think anyone you would ask would tell you that the door's open.
All right, why don't you put that to the side now? And I'll switch topics to Charlotte Bennett.
Okay.
So when did you first meet Charlotte Bennett?
Well, unfortunately, much like Lindsay, I don't remember when she started.
Okay. And do you remember what her role was when she started?
Yeah, she started as part of the briefing team.
Okay. And were you involved at all in the hiring of Charlotte Bennett?
No, I don't believe so.
And what does it mean to be part of the briefing team?
The briefing team is responsible for compiling all the materials that go into a literal book that the governor receives, ideally mid to late afternoon, the day before the next day's events, so that he has the material he needs to prepare.
And how many briefers are there at any given time?
I think currently there are 2. I think there have been as many as 3.
Okay. And who are the 2 now?
And escapes me. I could look it up for you, but I don't know if you want me to do that.
That's okay. And at some point, did Charlotte Bennett's role change or increase? Did she also take on additional responsibilities?
Charlotte, at some point, was one of the folks that we could pull in to help staffing. She was based, at least initially before COVID, she was based in New York City. So she sat in that cubicle outside my office for a period of time.
In New York City.
Correct.
And was she one of the people who eventually, though, when you weren't there, could sit in your seat?
I mean, not as a general rule. She may have once or twice.
And how did it happen that she went from being a briefer to sitting in that cubicle?
I don't remember exactly how it happened, other than, like anyone else who helps, we just pulled her in.
Do you remember, were you the one who thought it would be a good idea to pull her in?
I don't remember.
Do you remember being against it, or you don't remember one way or the other?
I don't remember being against it.
Okay. But you don't remember being the one that said we should get Charlotte to do this?
No, I don't remember that.
And so in those circumstances, if it's not you, who would it be?
I don't know, but if I could just clarify the description, I don't know that it would ever be, we need to get Charlotte to do this. It would be more like, can Charlotte help? In the same way that Brittany was able to help because John Majori was no longer in the office. It's all sort of based on necessity and ability.
So it's sort of ad hoc at a time of need. Can someone help?
I think that's right.
And then if they seem like they can handle it and do a good job trying to, you use them more.
You understand that you have them as a resource.
Okay. And so at some point, Charlotte Bennett became someone who could do that and was a resource.
Yes.
And was there, do you remember any discussions about, actually, let me take that back. Do you also remember Charlotte Bennett at some point traveling with the governor and snapping him when he traveled?
I don't remember that.
And are there people who staffed the governor when he traveled? How did you all decide who would do that?
The people who travel are typically people who play a substantive role in the event that he's traveling to, and a press person. So people who can brief him on the details and substance of the event, and the press person who can brief him on press issues. From time to time, I will travel with him, but as I said before, that's, based on whether I need to stay in the office and what exactly his day looks like, and if there are things that he needs assistance in doing in person from the road.
So you don't remember Charlotte specifically being someone that people decided can and should travel with the governor?
I don't remember that. I can't say that she never traveled, but I don't remember that.
Okay. Can you take a look at tab 35? And this is a text exchange in September of 2019 between you and Annabelle Walsh. And she writes, I'm at passport agency that won't let me speak on phone. What's happening? Do you think fine with Charlotte for tomorrow? Or have you gotten any bad feedback lately? Quote, you abuse her, so I'm coming up. Am I insane? You're right. What do you mean? Should I have just put on there? We have such a big week. You remember what this is a reference to? What you're talking about?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you want to go to tab 36, this time it's I believe you, Jill, and Annabelle Walsh. Maybe this is just Jill and Annabelle Walsh.
Yeah, I don't see Stephanie.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to take a look at 38. It says, hi, who can go with MCU tomorrow? What's MCU?
Mobile Command Unit. It's a euphemism
Okay. For what?
for a laptop and a mobile printer that allows him to work while traveling.
Okay. And so you're asking here who can go with MCU, meaning who can go with a laptop and a printer.
Yes.
And then sort of 3 texts in. I mean, I assume me, because we can't work Charlotte too hard, and is working on 57 PowerPoints. Do you remember there being discussions about Charlotte not being worked too hard?
I don't specifically remember that.
And what was your interactions generally with Charlotte Bennett? How often did you see her and interact with her?
I don't recall how much time we were spending in New York City during that period. When is this? 2019. But I also believe that this was a period of time where I would travel to New York City at times, but my travel was, as we discussed, alleviated a bit because Annabelle would cover as well, which you can tell because she is sort of leading these conversations.
So did you see the Charlotte Bennett interacting with the governor?
I did.
How often?
Well, again, I'm regularly.
Mhm.
I don't know that I can say that at this point in time he was in New York City 5 days a week, or that I was splitting my time there with Annabelle, but regularly.
And did you see any evidence of the governor and her acting in like a flirtatious way with each other?
Um, I don't know that I would describe it as acting flirtatious with each other. I thought that she was interested in trying to get in and speak to him a little bit more than was necessary.
And what did you mean by that?
It means that one of the things that I'm particularly in tune with is him staying on schedule, him keeping, getting through the agenda for the day. And so I historically not had a lot of patience with little chit chat unless the moment is right and he is interested in the chit chat.
I see. And so did you observe Charlotte Bennett to be someone who seemed to engage in that chit chat that would delay him at times?
Yes.
Okay. And did the governor seem to reciprocate and engage in the chit chat?
He does. He responds to people in a way that I think is reflective of how they deal with him.
And did you ever say anything to Charlotte Bennett about that?
There was, I recall, I think during COVID in Albany, a day when he, to the best of my memory, had gotten into the office remarkably early at like 6:30 or something. He had asked for materials to be dropped off that he needed for that day. And Charlotte happened to be in the office and brought the materials directly to him. I was not there yet, but I was there when she came out of the office. And I asked her if she had asked him a question, which I recall as an outstanding question about something he was doing that day. And she said no. And I said, when you go in there, you have to capitalize on the opportunity to do things that we need to get done. So that's an example. So I didn't say don't chit chat with him, but I tried to make it clear that you have to use his time effectively.
And what was the subject on that occasion that she should have or needed to get an answer?
I don't remember. I remember generally that there was an outstanding question that I had asked her about whether she had addressed, and she said no.
Mm-hmm. And when you said that, did she seem upset?
I did not notice that she was upset.
Do you ever recall seeing Charlotte Bennett upset, period, in the office?
I don't recall her being upset.
Have you ever seen her crying or on the verge of tears?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever hear the governor ask Charlotte Bennett to sing Danny Boy?
Not that I remember.
or memorize the lyrics to Danny Boy?
No, I don't recall that.
Is that something you've seen the governor do?
I don't recall him asking someone to memorize the lyrics to Danny Boy. I can tell you that he absolutely sang Danny Boy or a version of it called Danny Girl to Danny Lever, and she would often sing back to him the same song.
Mm-hmm. Other than Danny Lever, anyone else you've heard him either sing Danny Boy to, ask them to sing it, or memorize the lyrics?
He may have sang it to other people. I don't recall him ever asking anyone to memorize the lyrics or asking anyone to sing it to him.
Mm-hmm. How about memorize lyrics to any song?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember Charlotte Bennett ever doing push-ups in the governor's office?
I don't remember seeing her do push-ups. I do recall her telling him, walking into his office and telling him how many push-ups she had or could do.
You could hear that from your desk?
Yes.
I see. But you don't remember then actually her doing push-ups?
I don't remember seeing her do push-ups.
Had you ever heard the governor comment on Charlotte Bennett's appearance?
Not that I recall.
How about on her clothing?
Not that I remember.
How about on her hair?
Not that I remember.
Remember the governor ever referring to her, calling her Daisy Dukes because of the jean shorts she was wearing?
I don't remember that.
Greg, I see we're at 5.
5 o'clock.
So I think.
Do you want to go off the record?
Yeah, let's go off the record.
We are off the record at 5:01. This marks the end of media unit number 6. Thank you. We are back on the record at 5:08. This is media unit number 6, and this concludes today's testimony given by Stephanie Benton. As stipulated by all parties, the total number of media units used was 7 and will be retained by Veritex Legal Solutions, New York. We are off the record at 5:08. Thank you.